Venues in European motorsport. It is the magnificent and baked in sunshine MUGELLO circuit here for round 3 of the Endurance GT Endurance Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup series. So here we are, nestled amongst the rolling hills, the vineyards and the forest just north of Florence. It is a breathtaking place where scenery meets speed, and we're going to see all of that across the next 2 days. We have somehow, through a miracle, managed to get away on time. There was a red flag in private practice just at the end of that. 90-minute private practice this morning for the Endurance Prototype Cup, which races tomorrow, qualifies this afternoon. A red flag with 3 minutes to run, but somehow we have managed to get a green flag pretty much bang on 9 local time, which is 10 local time, which is wonderful. I was worried about a slight delay. So this circuit, if you're new to MUGELLO, it is a classic, let's be honest. It's opened in 1974, but it stretches back like a century prior to that. It was originally a 66-kilometer road course through the surrounding mountains around here, but that has been reduced now to a mere 5.245 kilometre ribbon of asphalt that keeps the spirit alive with it. Dramatic elevation changes, which we will see. Here's your course map, 15 turns. That record's 143s, 149. The Endurance Cup, that's where we are this morning. Across the weekend, you've got the Hoosier Formula Cups, or race 1 and 2 for them yesterday. Also the GT Sprint Cup race 1 yesterday evening. They've got their second race of the weekend later on this morning. I say this morning, 12:40. So let's say just about lunchtime. Prior to that, the Hoosier Formula Cup, their third and final race of the weekend. Stepan Suslov continues to dominate this year. 7 wins from 8 races. Can he be stopped? With 3 rounds to go, it's going to take absolutely something spectacular. And he might, not mathematically yet, but if he wins again this afternoon, pretty much wrapped up that championship. But for now, it is the Endurance GT Endurance Cup, a highlight race of Saturday. They kick off at 3:15 at the starting grid. Race starts at 3:35 this afternoon. And tomorrow, it's all about the European Endurance Prototype Cup. This is round 3 for all of our series. Now, some cars have 2 drivers, some have 3. So as we go through the car lineup, oh, picking up some dust. As we go through the driver lineup, I'll let you know who's in 2, who's in 3. See, only 4 of our cars out on grid so far. So if you've got a 2-man car, there are 3 qualifying sessions, 3 times 15 minutes. It just means a second driver goes out twice, and the overall combination, so you take your 3 qualifying times, chuck them in the calculator, find the average, that is your qualifying position. Leading the championship overall, number 17 car, RR Racing by Racetivity, also leading the Porsche Cup, and a 992 Cup car. Only lead the championship by 1.5 points over the Vortex team, the Gomez brothers, who own that Vortex lineup in their Vortex 2. Now, they didn't finish race number 1. However, they won race number 2, which was 1.5 times points because it was a 6-hour. So the 6-round series, 4 4-hour races and 2 6-hour races. A few more cars picking up some dust at that point. Now that's turn number 9. And our championship leaders are racing 4th at Le Castellet, round number 1. 2nd at Magny-Cours, round number 2 last month. And The Gomez brothers and the Vortex have only completed one race, but they won it with 1.5 points, which gave them 37.5 points. And just ahead of them, the car number 17 on 39. Third place in the championship, consistency from Loca Racing. Plessis and Charpentier in the Porsche Cup. Third at Le Castellet and fifth at Magny-Cours. Consistency is key for this championship. You ideally turn up for at least 4 or 5 rounds, if not all of them. In an ideal world, we did have 17 cars in the opening round of the series at Le Castellet. We had 12. Is it 12, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 at Magny-Cours, of which 8 finished the race over the course of 6 hours. And this weekend we have 12 lined up. So in an ideal world, we do get all 12 to the starting lineup. Now, I say 12, and there is 12, 10, 35. So on your screen there, running down to 42nd, I will, I think that is potentially, hang on. I will get the paperwork. I can assure you there's only 12 cars, but we're running right through to 41. So I think we might be picking up some Endurance Proto Cup cars here from earlier on. We'll wait and see. Anyway, let's get to qualifying, because we're halfway through our first section already. The car number 22, the Vortex of, it's the Gomez brothers. So looking to continue, or pick up where they left off in Magny-Cours with that fantastic win, which shot them from the bottom to 1 spot off the top of the table. So 151.406. We know we're looking at around about 149s when they really get going. The Vortex brothers, both bronze drivers. Lucas Sugliano in the Porsche 94 is our only silver driver on track. Ah yes, we have sorted out our graphic now. We are just running through the top 12. So the car number 68 is going to make its way out. That's the M Racing with Jean-Christophe David and Ivan Muller. Yet to set a time. They got plenty. It's like we know, around a 150, 151 for the quicker guys, so they can get out there, probably get 2 laps in before the end of this first qualifying session. But they want to get something, lay down any sort of time. Because again, it's with the average of the 3, if you don't get 1 car out for one of these qualifying sessions, just chuck yourself at the back. So our top 4 are in the pits at the moment. 22 the Gomez brothers, 94, Luca Sugliano. In fact, Sugliano has come back out. 25, Bruno Muleba, also out on track. The 888 currently in the pit lane. So you've got Vortex, Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche in your top 5. And we do have the two Ligiers in the UCS1 category, alongside the Vortexes. In fact, the Lamborghini's in there too. So there are only 2 categories contested this weekend. It's going to be Porsches versus UCS1s. So we did have the E2P racing teams in the UCS Light. They were in the BMW M2s. They competed in round 1, didn't join us in Magny Court. And we have had UCS4 by the way of the Blue Harbour AMG GT4. Let's look off and Escalier. They also took part in round 1, not round 2. So there are the overall competition this weekend, and then the Porsche and the UCS1 competing. Which for commentary, I'm very grateful, makes it very easy. That's our one Lamborghini on the track. Bruno Muleba. The Ligier of Jean-Christophe David has just set a purple sector in sector 1. Not as quick in sector 2. So they did jump up to second place with their last lap, a 1:51.619, which is a quarter of a second behind our leader Olivier Gomez. And it's a bit of a gap back to the Porsche of the 94. The Chazal Technology Cores Porsche. That's a 1:53.976, so 2.5 seconds back of the Vortex and the Ligier. The second Ligier, the 36, that's struggling a bit. The other M Racing car, only a 2:10 at the minute. So 3 of our top 5 in the pits with 33 seconds to go. We won't see them again. So got their times in. Jean-Christophe David goes purple in sector 1. This will be his last lap. Purple in sector 2. 33.903, and Jean-Christophe David, the bronze driver in the 68 for M Racing, looking like taking pole position. This is last corner, stamps on the accelerator towards the line, and the last throw of the dice. Surely takes number 1 spot. Yes, he does. 3 purple sectors. And 1.18 seconds quicker than the Vortex of Olivier Gomez. The 82 Porsche de Charpentier is on track. Comes across the line, can he improve? Wasn't good enough in sector 1 and 2. Need a miracle in sector 3. He's going to stay 4th. And does so. The only other car on track is the 25 of Bruno Malherbe. He's gone green in sector 1. Calandini couldn't improve in the second Ligier, the car 36. Oh no! Dear oh dear. And that is going to cause a delay. That's Bruno Malherbe in the Lamborghini 25, the Schumacher GP car. And he'd gone green in sector 1. And he's going to be green in the gravel in sector 2. Things come off around about turn 11. That was the last time we picked him up on the track map. And that, folks, is beached. That is going to need the telehandler. I don't think that's getting pushed out of there, no matter how many stewards you get on it. And that is really fortunate too for Jean-Christophe David, who's taken pole position. That yellow flag came out just after he'd finished his flying lap. So we will have a delay, as we had in the Endurance Prototype Cup earlier on this morning, because that car is positioned precariously. Did we get some footage? I think we have. Here comes Bruno Malherbe. Oh, blimey. Hit the wall as well, didn't it? Just about. Let's hope there's minimal damage to the Lamborghini. Look at the haze. That's the heat, folks. We know Europe is in the midst of a heat wave. That is a visual example. In the mid to high 30s. Confirmation then of our qualifying session number 1. Jean-Christophe David piloting the Ligier, the number 1 spot, purple in every sector, 150.226. 1.18 seconds back. Olivier Gomez in the Vortex, then 4 Porsches in a row. Lucas Sugliano in the top 3 positions. His teammates Roncaglia and Iacono will take over shortly, 3.75 seconds back. So some pretty tidy gaps between the top 2 and the Porsches and the rest of the field. We would get straight into this, but we know we can't. As Fabio Malherbe or Leo Boulet will be waiting for that Schumacher GP car to return to the pits. Have to dig out some gravel, I imagine. So looking at the championship table, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars have completed both rounds so far. But of those, I say taken part in both rounds, of that 9, only 1, 2, 3, 4 have actually finished both races. The Mugello circuit has been owned by since 1988, and is one of the world's great testing grounds. Yeah, a firm favourite with drivers of any series, any discipline. And they do say it rewards commitment, precision and bravery. So you'll see plenty today, the elevation changes around this track. In fact, that view right now, when the cars come down the start-finish straight, they disappear for a moment behind that crest and reappear. And give MUGELLO Circuit a like on Facebook while you're at it too. Beautiful rolling hills. Good idea. Take a seat. A very wise marshal. Let the others do the work. Ah, here we are with the old broomsticks. Clearing. Ah, that means. No, that behind that wasn't where Loeb's car was. Those grooves aren't deep enough. That's maybe where they recovered him. So is he gone already? That would have been quick. We usually get pictures of that. Maybe he has gone already. Oh, that's a lovely bit of camera work. And it is an incredible circuit for atmospheric photography too. With the rolling hills, the undulating course. And this weekend, and there's no end in sight for this, fantastic weather. $30 here in MUGELLO. We'll rise to around about 35 come 2-3 o'clock. That is just as we start our key race of the day, headline race, the Endurance GT Endurance Cup 4-hour race for round 3. Ah, we got a green flag, fantastic. So let's hope that the Lamborghini is made its way back to the pits and they've not found too much damage or enough damage to thwart qualifying number 2, because they do need a good qualifying. I think it was 9th place out of the 12. Now it will be Fabio Loeb if he gets to the wheel. He's not on a pit out lap. That's not a surprise. It was a convincing win last time out at Magny-Cours. The Gomez brothers winning it by a full lap in the end. Another 2 laps down to the car number 18 for 3rd place. Now, we don't have the car number 18 this weekend, only got one of the 2 Schumacher cars. So Jean-Christophe David navigated the 68 Ligier to top spot in qualifying 1. This time, it is at the hands of, in fact, David's out again for session 2. On a roll. So Ivan Muller will wait patiently until qualifying session number 3. That's his 2-man car teammate this weekend. So the first flying lap is going to be completed by Anthony Plessis in the 82, which Guillaume Charpentier took to 4th best qualifying in session 1. Purple sectors for Carlos Rivas in the Porsche and the 888. Purple for Arnaud Gomez in the Ligier in the 22. Right, so we're going to see our first proper lap times. Ignore the 206s and the 207s. They're going to come flying down. Right, what can Anthony Plessis drop into the mix to kick things off? So 154.835. 155 for Arnaud Gomez. Anthony Plessis comes through into second with 154. I've had a couple of lap times deleted already. The lap time of Laurent Roncaglia in the Porsche 94 has been removed. That's a Chazelle Technology course car. We are sticking with Anthony Plessis. Purple by Ivan Muller in the Ligier. Through sector 1, 37.805, the first man to go sub 38 seconds in sector 1. Oh no, don't do this. Don't do this. I hope that hasn't hit the wall, and that is just in the gravel. Seems a strange place to... Oh, we spun it. Oh dear. And Ivan Muller's just gone purple in sector 2. So he can finish his lap, because I think that is parked at turn 6. But this will be a red flag, I imagine, to get rid of that Porsche. Arnaud Gomez does go purple in sector 3. This is a 152 for the Vortex. Olivier Gomez took it to second in qualifying 1. Arnaud Gomez takes it to second in qualifying 2. Ivan Muller goes 149, just in time before the red flag as well. Cracker of a time, fastest through both qualifying sessions. So that Ligier is absolutely on fire, topping qualifying 1, currently topping qualifying 2. But we will pause to get rid. It's the Chazelle Technology 920 car, I believe, that's in the gravel. Just on the top right-hand side. Ivan Muller can go back into the pits. Oh no, there's the Lamborghini in the background. So it didn't get back to the pits in time. Well, actually, this is very fortunate for the Lamborghini, because this red flag is going to give them a few minutes to get that into the pits and potentially get out for the second half of Quali 2. That has maybe fallen right into their hands. So the clock is ticking down, but that should, I predict, come back to around about 8 minutes, I think we had, at the time of red flag. 8:39, I believe, looking at some data that I've got here. So let's predict we have about a 5-minute break. We get that Lamborghini 25 car for our Schumacher GP back into the pits, give it a clean, give it a polish, drag out some gravel, bend anything back into place that needs bending. I'm just confirming it is, yeah, this Sébastien Loeb amateur driver with the 920 that's in the gravel. He was up to 7th in qualifying with a 159. To give that some perspective, 149 current time for Ivan Muller. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. And that is dripping at the front as well. I doubt we'll see that again in qualifying. Didn't catch that on camera other than the aftermath. But that is bumped and bruised and losing some form of liquid. So yeah, rather lose that in the gravel than on the track. But it's clear now, so we should get underway fairly shortly. I'll just inspect the barriers, because there was clearly damage. I think it was all self-inflicted. Haven't seen any other car with damage associated with an incident like that. Oh, we're going to see a Lamborghini. Can they work some magic? Okay, drivers are sticking around in cars, having a bit of a waft of fresh air. Very enthusiastic wafting, is it? I didn't sign up for this. I wanted to be a mechanic, not a door wafter. Oh, go on then. I think we'll get going in a couple of minutes. I've got no official indication yet. Whatever I get, I'll bring you straight away. Laurent Roncaglia sat in the driver's seat one of two Chazelle technology cars. They have had 4 cars across the series. Now, will we get the full 8:39 that we had on the clock? Or will, with our busy schedule, will they go, actually, hang on guys, we've still got 2 cars, 2 of the vortexes that have not set a time yet. That's the 21 and the 20. And all credit to the Vortex team, they've brought 3 cars to all 3 rounds so far. Good news. We have a green flag at Mugello. We are going to get the full 8 minutes 36, which is now down to just above 8 minutes. And the quick-footed drivers will nip out first. Going to get around about 4 laps in, maybe. Might just be 3. They get around the out lap. So currently Ivan Muller in the 68 M Racing Ligier is on top. Ana Gomez and the Gomez brothers Vortex in second. So at the moment, the top 2, as you were in qualifying 1. Jean-Christophe David, and now Ivan Muller in session number 2. The fastest time of qualifying thus far, 1:49.971. First man to go sub 150, Ivan Muller, the gold driver. And the only gold driver on the grid. We have a platinum driver in Oliver Pla. And they are the only 2 gold and above. Olivier Pla will go in qualifying session number 3. He's in the second Ligier 36 car. So, one of the questions, are we going to see a Lamborghini? The answer is not yet. That looks like Anthony Placide to me in the 82. The Looker racing car. So this is his warm-up lap. And now we'll put his foot down. We are going to get maybe just 3 laps in. A 150 times 3 gives you a 530. Yeah, a few cars will. Not everybody. A few will get 3 in. Anthony Placide should be one of them. Second fastest Porsche at the moment. Carlo Rivas. Sablageux racing car. Sablageux actually won the opening round in Le Castellet, but a non-finisher in round number 2, sadly. 2 purple sectors for Ivan Muller in the Ligier in the 68. Surprise, surprise. And he's gone quicker, 1:49.528. Absolutely rapid. So clearly had a bite to eat and a bit of a drink during that red flag stop, and it's worked. He's now 2.9 seconds quicker than any other car on track. Absolutely on fire. Didn't take long for Ivan Muller to get up to speed, did it? And have another go as well. 37.474, the Sector 1 fastest time. He's gone quicker again, 37.237. Getting faster and faster. This car's only been with us once so far this season. The first round at Le Castellet wasn't a good day. Finished in 15th and plumb last position. didn't join us at Magny-Cours, but at Mugello, showing us what they're actually capable of. Purple in sector 2 as well for Ivan Muller. Go up to the final long left-hander, down the hill, sweeps all the way around, then hard on the accelerator to the start-finish line, which is about 2/3 of the way down this start-finish. 3 purples, of course, 149.000. Won't see that very often. And surely that's job done now for Ivan Muller, or will he have another pop? Only half a dozen other cars on track, the rest deciding to stick with what they've got from the opening 6.5 minutes. All right, let's just see him through sector 1. Not purple this time, but only by 0.04 of a second. So Ivan Muller still thinks there's some going. It's a little bit wide. That's number 8, Arrabbiata. Over the top of the hill through Scarperia. So second, third and fourth at the moment in qualifying. Gomez, Rivas and Plessis all in the pits. Less and less cars competing now. It was a non-purple sector in sector 2 for Muller. He's coming around now. What was that time? What's he done? That's the 36. So Ivan Muller crossing the finish line in just a second. That's Guillermo Maillard in the second, Ligier. And I tell you what, Ivan Muller went purple in sector 3, and he was in the end only 21/100ths outside his fastest lap time. So the sister car, the 36 by M Racing. Mallard, Calandini's already been. The Olivier Plau will go in qualifying 3 for that team. So just 4 cars on track. And Maxim Aronov has gone green in sector 1 in the number 20 Vortex, does not go green in sector 2, and there has been no Lamborghini sadly, and they may as well, unless they want some practice time, leave it in the garage for qualifying 3 as well, because there's going to be no other car they're going to be able to beat, because every other car has completed both qualifying sessions. There's your checkered flag. So in that final 8.5 minutes after the red flag, just 1 car improves, Ivan Muller. And he was already top. He just made the gap a little bit bigger, which when you average out the 3 qualifying times could be important. I think that was more personal pride for him. I imagine every car now will come into the pits and not cross the start-finish line.
Bonjour Eric, bonjour Bertrand, je suis ravie de vous retrouver en direct de la pit lane. On a eu quelques problèmes ce matin, mais ça y est, on est en ligne. Et donc je suis Julie, je vais vous présenter tous les coulisses de cette compétition aujourd'hui et demain. Donc je suis ravie de vous retrouver.
We will come back to Julie. There is Ivan Muller, which means the 68 car has now taken the top spot in both qualifying sessions, followed by the Vortex 22 of the Gomez brothers. And the 888 of Carlos Rivas in the Porsche Cup. It's the Sébastien Racing team who were at 5th in Quali 1. Jump up to 3rd in Quali 2. There's one more to come. Hopefully a clean 15 minutes. On a tight schedule today. Both the M Racing cars, the Ligier JS2 RS. A nice split today. They're in the UCS1 category, by the way. Of the 12 cars, 6 in Porsche Cup, 6 in UCS1. And there is your official confirmation. Ivan Muller, almost 3.5 seconds clear of the field in the Ligier, and then the vortex of the Gomez brothers. Carlos Rivas in the 888 for Seb Lejeau Racing, and the Porsche 992 Cup. They'll be your top 3 in quality 2. There'll be one more qualifying session to come, one more opportunity to better the average. And hopefully we'll get 12 cars and not just 11. Unfortunately, after the incident in qualifying 1 with the Lamborghini piloted by Bruno Malherbe at the time, we'll hopefully see Leo Boulet take on qualifying 3. Some images from the pit lane, the Chazelle Technology Porsche. That was the one that had the damage. Welcome back to Quali 3. The cars are making their way out onto the circuit. So 2 down, 1 to go for qualifying. Keep your eye on car number 36 of Olivier Pla, only platinum driver on track this weekend in the Endurance GT Endurance Cup. It's the RR Racing by Racetivity car. So we're going to see Benjamin Lessinet in Quali 3. Guillaume Charpentier in the 82 Porsche, focusing on. There's one of our 3 vortexes. I think Olivier Gomez is back in that one now. Olivier, Bruno, Olivier. We have seen as quick as 1:49 from the Ligier. Christophe David back in the car number 68. Pla in the 36 Ligier. So both sessions, that vortex has been pipped to top spot by the 68 Ligier. We don't like seeing cars being pushed, but that was it's a prototype, isn't it? It'll be coming up later. They've got qualifying from 1:25 local time. Purple sector in sector 2 for Olivier Gomez. Fastest time of Quali 3 is set at 1:51.56. 2 green sectors for us watching Charpentier in the 82. 1:54 for Sébastien Loeb, the Seb Loeb team. This is Victor Weirich, the number 11. That's the racing technology car. They've not had the best of qualifying so far, only 8th in Quali 1 and 10th in Quali 2, so improvements required. Victor Weirich will go over the start-finish line to complete his first full qualifying lap. And for the time being, we'll jump to 3rd place. Is their silver driver. They would have expected plenty from him. That bonnet is a little bit bumpy, isn't it? It looked a bit loose coming down that straight. Some air going underneath. I'd rather have gone over the top. Jean-Christophe David just set a 150 and goes purple in sector 1 on his 2nd flying lap. And purple in sector 2, 33.59 for the Ligier. They're going to do 3 out of 3. Eyes on Victor Weirich. A few silver drivers in qualifying 3.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec le team principal de RR Racing François. Et voilà, je voulais savoir, François, quelle c'était vos attentes sur cette qualif, sur cette 3e étape de qualif?
On a mis notre pilote Sealer, Benjamin Lessen dans la voiture. Et l'objectif, c'est de faire le meilleur temps des Porsche Cup cette séance. Et on va faire ça sur les 2 pré-meetings de l'année. Donc, on croise les doigts pour que ce soit le cas aussi aujourd'hui.
Super. Et donc là, après, ensuite, ça va permettre de décider votre départ. Et donc, c'est avec votre pilote professionnel, Benjamin, qui est en course.
C'est ça, c'est la moyenne des 3 pilotes qui va déterminer la grille. Et on va sûrement partir 3e des Porsche Cup, là, selon ce qui va se passer. Après, c'est une course longue de 4 heures, donc tout peut arriver.
Super, merci beaucoup François. Et bonne fin de qualif.
Merci à vous.
Chat with the RR Racing by Racetivity team manager. And whilst that was going on, Olivier Pla in the 36 set the fastest time of the entire qualifying session. 1, 2 and 3, 1:48.855. Goes quicker than the 1:49.000 by the 68 Ligier. So at the moment, Ligier's absolutely dominating in Mugello. Quali 1, Quali 2, and now leading Quali 3, in fact in spots 1 and 2. And just go to show the quality of Olivier Pla in the 36, because in Quali 1, 10th place, in Quali 2, that car took 6th place, and now the vehicle under the hands of the Platinum driver has just gone 1:48.85. Bumps Victor Weyrich down to 11th place. He was provisionally in 3rd in the Porsche, the racing technology car. There is Olivier Pla. And he's slowed down this lap by significantly. I think he'll be coming into the pits now. We'll see him veer off to the right-hand side. And no, he goes through again. Okay. A warm down there. Because that was the 2:06 compared to a 1:48. So I thought maybe he considered the job done, warm down, get the car in safe. We'll go racing later, but he thought, no, I'll just have a rest. And we'll see if he's having a crack at beating his own best time so far. A couple of green sectors for Benjamin Lessene in the Porsche, but can't improve on his overall lap time. Olivier Pla about to come through sector 1, 37.277, 2/10ths down on his purple sector 1 set a couple of laps ago. Hang on a second, that sounded a bit screechy. He's still going, don't worry. Revert back to the 11. That's the Porsche Racing Technology car in the pit lane. Benjamin Roy, Victor Weyrich and Philippe Paulette, their 3-man team this Saturday. And a red flag. You know what, I thought I heard a screech. I wasn't just being crazy, was I? There was a massive screech from somewhere when we were watching the footage of Olivier Pla. It's not Pla, because Pla is still going round. He's about to cross the start-finish. You'll just see the background in a second. But something happened. And we'll find out shortly. I can't see any cars stopped on track. Maybe... I don't want to speculate. The only car on track not moving is the 21 of Julien Boileau of our 2 Vortex cars, but that is just me looking at another screen here. So who's come off where? Or is it... No, that's moving again. These responders in cars, sometimes temperamental. You think a car stopped on track, then it picks up again in the next sector. So what's caused this then? We've got no imagery or footage of anything that I can see, just what we heard, which may or may not be related to the red flag. It was stopped with 5 minutes 13 to go, so we should get going again. It does give them time to get round the whole track and get a couple of laps in. Ah, a telehandler on its way to do some work. I still do not know where it's heading, or even if it's involved in this rescue operation. Now, from what I can see, every single car now is either in the pits or is moving on track. I can't see a car that isn't accounted for. So a couple of cars in the background, just finishing. Coming in will be the 21 of Julien Boileau. In front of him was the 888 of Sébastien Loeb. I am pretty sure all cars are fine. Now, car number 36, Olivier Pla, is under investigation for a red flag procedure infringement. What great view of this circuit.
Ok. Exactement, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec Guillaume de la Loca Team qui est dans les pit lane là, pendant le drapeau rouge. Guillaume, c'est quoi vos impressions là, sur cette première qualif et sur ces premières courses
Superbe circuit, tracé impressionnant, c'est la première fois pour nous ici. On prend beaucoup de plaisir, la voiture est parfaite, je pense qu'on a trouvé le bon setup. Bon après c'est la confiance et rouler. La Q1 s'est bien passée, la Q2, dommage pour Anto, elle a été amputée. Mais voilà, début de meeting satisfaisant.
Super. Il reste quelques minutes là dans la Q3, est-ce que vous allez repartir ensuite?
Non, on repart pas.
Très bien. Merci beaucoup Guillaume.
Merci,
à bientôt.
Just in the background there, saw a car going to queue up, so maybe they know something we don't. I might put my finger on this. The only car that was not accounted for, possibly, but there was 12, is the 920, the Chazelle Technology car. Now car number 21 is under investigation for a red flag infringement. So Julien Boileau, who is the first man to get back out on track, in fact behind Olivier Pla. Those two have absolutely shot off. I cannot tell you why we just had a red flag. Seems like plenty of cars not going to bother with going back out. Only 2 cars on track now. And that is the car that took Quali 1 and Quali 2. And just behind the sister car in Quali 3, piloted by Olivier Pla, who is on track. But it looks to me as though no other cars, at least yet, are going to get back on track. Which will mean a somewhat subdued ending to qualifying in our Kennel GT Endurance Cup Round 3 at Mugello. So it is just the Ligier and the Vortex. I'll give each other some space, and we're just going to watch these cars on their own do 2 flying laps maybe. So here we go. Olivier Plat, and in the 21, Julien Boileau. Now I can completely understand why Boileau's come back out. They've not got a time on the board yet. Well, a 3:19 out that, but not got a racing lap on the board yet. So anything they can produce, got to be quicker than 157 to move up any spots. Through sector 1, Olivier Plat goes, oh, he's 0.3 of a second down on his best lap time thus far. Car number 36. I think the reason Olivier Plat's gone back out, his best lap time at Q3 has been deleted for a red flag procedure infringement. It's not been taken off our timing board yet because it's still with the 1:48.855. What was his best one other than that? All I can see is the quickest. So that should disappear shortly. Imagine it's still under 150. I'm sure he'll still be in the top 2 with his Ligier teammates. And, he's not gone purple in sector, or even green or purple in sector 1 or 2. Of course, it would need to be purple to beat it. He's got the 3 fastest sectors overall. Green sectors for Julien Boileau. So he might jump up from 10th a little bit. Now, our timing screens are still showing the 1:48.8 as Plat's time. He's just on a 1:49.372, so he'd still be in second regardless. Unfortunately, Julien Boileau at 1:57, he stays in 10th place, the bronze driver. They'll both get one more chance, because the clock will go down to 0, the checkered flag will come out, and they'll cross the start-finish line for the final time in this 3-part qualifying session. Again, race starts 3:35 local time. Again, Plat, point. What's that point? 3 down in sector 1, half a second down in sector 2. So consolidating that. Still says he's first. I don't see it's been deleted yet, although it should be, going by the notifications we're receiving. Worst case scenario, Olivier Plat is in second place with the car number 36, which would mean 3 consecutive qualifying wins for the 68, the sister car. Goes 1:49.897, so no improvement for Olivier Plat. 2 green sectors for Julien Boileau. So the last action of Quali 3 is all about whether the Vortex of the 21 Cup can improve from 10th position, not at the best qualifying as a trio. Are they going to jump up? Last chance of asking. and they waiting for confirmation. No, they don't. Stay in 10th place. No better time in quali 3, and no time set for the Lamborghini. We knew that, but also no time set for the 920 of Chazelle Technology. So those two cars will most certainly be on the back row of the grid. We get underway at around about 3:30 this afternoon. And now the 148.8 by Platt has been deleted. He's left with a 149.372, so does demote to second place. It's Ligiers 1 and 2 though, and the car number 68, piloted by Jean-Christophe David and Ivan Muller. Along those 3 sessions, win all 3 qualifying sessions. Ignore what you're seeing on screen. Olivier Platt, the 36, in second place, not first. 68 took the top spot for 3 sessions in a row. And the number 17 of our Racing by Racetivity, one of our few cars that have taken part in all 3 rounds so far. Led by Benjamin Lessenet, silver driver, picks up 3rd spot. Arnaud Gomez, the Gomez brothers team, takes 4th. Second Porsche by Vitek in the number 11 spot, the best qualifying of the number 11 car across all 3 qualifying sessions. So there we go, folks. That is your qualifying for the Kennel GT Endurance Cup, round 3 of the Ultimate Cup Series here at Mugello. Racing starts at 3:35.
monoplace qui fait vivre et qui vibrer, surtout si vous, spectateurs et téléspectateurs de l'Escape TV, avec les pilotes qui vont dans un instant sortir de la voie descente, venir effectuer leur tour de formation, se placer en grille, tour de chauffe et le départ de cette troisième et dernière course du week-end déjà de Ligier Formula Cup, championnat dominé depuis le début de saison par le jeune pilote et Stéphane Loeb qui va essayer d'aller chercher un nouveau triplé podium en Ligue Paul Ricard est plus bon, c'est un marqueur de 2 pour le MUGELLO. Prudence pour tous les pilotes, le deuxième temps de la qui gagne leur
course du week-end. Et donc, très grand favori du match suédois va viser le ticket à remporter.
Toutes les courses de la saison, sauf une, la première sur le circuit de Nevers-Manicourt où il avait connu une sortie c'était Enzo Richer qui en avait profité pour décrocher sa seule victoire de la saison pour l'instant. Mais tout reste jouable pour les concurrents de Sébastien Loeb qui vont avoir à cœur d'aller chercher le grand favori de ce championnat 2026.
Sur lequel il faut faire des tours et des tours pour bien maîtriser les subtilités de ce circuit toscan. Et il disait qu'il prenait un énorme plaisir au volant de cette place.
Che fa?
Gianni. Formule effectivement intéressant. Évidemment, faire un peu mieux, mais que, évidemment, hein, quand vous débarquez sur un nouveau circuit avec des pilotes qui sont rodés à l'exercice et qui ont du rythme déjà, même si on n'est qu'à la troisième course de la saison, vous arrivez là-dedans pour prendre vos marques. Alors, je crois que je suis sorti un peu fort aussi du côté d'Arabiata, donc il était un petit peu, comment dire, contrarié, et c'est bien logique, mais en tout cas, il découvre cette formule qui est Formule 2, et il en est ravi. Je pense que compte rendu et son ressenti dans les colonnes du prochain numéro de classement, et en tout cas, ça fera plaisir à lire et à voir, et j'espère qu'il va se faire plaisir dans cette dernière course du week-end. C'est lui que vous voyez au fond de la grille, là, le numéro 25. Bon, je suis dernier, mais voilà, il faudra être indulgent avec les performances, mais on ne le juge pas parce que nous, on est confortablement installés en cabine, sur cabine suite, et lorsque vous êtes derrière le volant, c'est forcément une autre histoire. En avant qui avait marqué le départ de la première course, qui avait par contre passé la ligne sur cette deuxième course, qui est en 9e position, et qui sera donc bien au départ de cette troisième et dernière course. Le tour de chauffe est en train de départ de cette troisième course de Ligier Formula Cup, le championnat monoplace au sein des 5 séries européennes qui sont 10 au départ dans quelques instants. Cette dernière boucle avant de se repositionner sur la grille. Enfin, ça sera donné pour une course de 20 minutes. Et l'objectif majeur sera pour cette astuce avec décrocher un triplé et 10e victoire en 7 courses de cette saison. C'est pour l'instant une destination presque sans passage pour les jeunes pilotes suédois qui mètres du circuit du MUGELLO, ici en Italie, pour le troisième round de cette série. C'est replacé sur la grille. Et il pourrait se voir finaliser. Alors, on va peut-être attendre de voir le ralenti. Si on peut revoir le ralenti, mais j'ai l'impression que la voiture a déjà eu ce cas de figure sur la première course justement où un pilote, c'est Alexandre Smart qui avait un peu anticipé le départ et été obligé de 5 secondes à l'arrivée. Donc à suivre.
weekend here at Mugello. Apologies for some technical difficulties early on in this race. As you join us, not a surprise whatsoever. You could have missed the entire race and just known that Stepan Suslov was going to run away. He's won 7 of the first 8 races this season. I mean, utterly dominant, incredible, all the superlatives you can possibly throw at the young Swede. And already 2 wins this weekend. The big story, though, of this weekend is, for me, Eros Giannani, the Frenchman, who came into Mugello with 2 retirements, a DNS, and a best place of 5th. He's now going on to take 2 second places in the Italian sort of Tuscany rolling hillside. A real turnaround in his season. And through pure consistency, Frédéric Boileau yet to be on a podium, but he's completed all 8 races thus far this season and currently stands in 3rd in the championship on 74 points, 10 points behind Alexis Dortskin, who took 4 podiums from 6 races in the first 2 rounds. But then from then on, hasn't joined us at Mugello. So a chance, another good performance from Frédéric Boileau here today, and he could jump into 2nd in the championship. Gotta say, it is looking unbeatable now, though, for Stepan Suslov. Over 100 points clear at the top of the field. He's utterly, utterly flying, as he has in this race. Purple sector after purple sector after purple sector. 149.313, and already leading by almost 8 seconds. An incredible season. A little bit further back, the race is on most definitely for 4th, 5th and 6th place. Boileau leading Alan Orinsky-Msani and Laurent Fresnay. And there were a couple of incidents in the race on, well, 2 races on Friday. Oh, the race 2 finished under the safety car, but in race 1, Laurent Fresnay, currently in 5th, originally crossed the line in 7th and was disqualified post-race for having a light car. Oh dear, that is Gilles Despierre, number 18, one of our 6 gentleman drivers on the grid. 4 rookies, 6 gentlemen, just means they've been here before. And that's not where you want to be 5 minutes into a 15-minute race, sorry, 20-minute race. 3 times 20 minutes for the Hoosiers. There's your leader, Stepan Suslov. He's made it look very easy. He did, on paper, if you looked at yesterday's race number 2, only won it by 1.9 seconds. The reason for that, he finished under the safety car incident late on, which was a bit of a nightmare for Alex Lima, the Portuguese driver for Formula Motorsport in car number 77, because he was running comfortably in 3rd, 5 seconds plus ahead of those behind him. Safety car came in, he was knocked down from 3rd down to 5th, and it could have been worse. He was only 0.2 of a second clear in the end after penalties of Fresnay and Chardin, so he could quite easily have been in 8th place if he wasn't so right on the tail of Despierre. Giannani, who was finally finishing in 2nd. So 6-round series for the Hoosiers, or the Hoosier Formula Cup. After this, we go to Spa-Francorchamps, we go to Navarra, and we go to Portimao in Portugal. We do have a bit of a summer break after round 3. So at the end of the day, they'll have over a month off, or 6 weeks, I believe, until round number 4. So a chance for those chasing Suslov to regroup and maybe form some new tactics. A bit like what Eros Giannani has done somehow between Magny-Cours and Mugello. 3 races at Magny-Cours, a 5th place, a retirement and a DNS. Couldn't have gone much worse this weekend. And now he's going for 3 consecutive podiums. What a turnaround. This is the race for 3rd. In front, Frédéric Boileau in the 4. In front of him, oh sorry, behind him, Alan Orinsky-Msani. So gentleman versus rookie. Orinsky racing for Race Motorsport, and Orinsky for Winfield Racing, and Boileau for Race Motorsport. that is really the only race on track. Sadly, Ligier still in the pits. The lead has come down to 7.1 seconds. But we are watching currently the only racing for position on track. Big gap between the rest of the field. Race number 1, Friday morning. Gianni, second place, Boilo in 4th. A rinse and repeat after penalties in race 2. Gianni, second, Boilo in 4th. Mexican, Arinsky Amsani, not classified, didn't finish race number 1. Got on the podium in race 2, courtesy of Lima's penalty. Crossed the line in 4th. Arinsky Amsani looking for some options. There are plenty of them at Mugello. Just over a quarter of the race remaining. Purple sector in sector 1 for Aroshanani. So he's getting quicker, but Frederick Boilo going absolutely nowhere. 0.2 between Boilo and Arinsky. Purple sector for Gianni again in sector 2. And that lead at the top is down to 6.9 seconds. Still going to be probably too much. And I imagine if Gianni got any closer to Suslov, he would be able to put the pedal down a little bit harder. Still these two, Frederick Boilo, the Frenchman, and the Mexican Alan Arinsky Amsani. Look at, well, that's where the checkered flag will come down, and they'll get 3 laps in, 2 clean laps, then 1. I'll count down to 0. Look up the inside for Arinsky Amsani, almost gets it done, goes round the out. What a move! And the Mexican, after going left, right, having a look every single corner for the last 10 minutes, finally gets the move done. And Frederick Boilo will drop down to 4th position. And he's got 4 minutes and some change to try and return the favour. Giannani still getting quicker, by the way, in second, down to 6.2. He got the fastest lap of the race by over half a second on the last lap. So Stepan Suslov will now be able to see him in his mirrors. It looks like Alan Arinsky Amsani is going to continue to just build a slight gap. What have we got? Around about a second. And that is going to be hard work for the Frenchman to reel him back in. Anthony, ever so patient for so long. These two have battled well all weekend. Well, the likes of Suslov and Shinani have driven away at the front, it must be said. The likes of Rinsky, Boileau. Charles Despierre's been in there, but unfortunately, he's in the pits in this race. We'll probably not be seeing him again. Actually, numbers been removed from the map tracker. Not seen much of Alex Lima. That penalty in race 2 would have been a podium yesterday for Alex, the Portuguese driver. Had to settle for 6th in the end. Did get a podium in race number 1. So it's not a completely fruitless weekend. At the moment, Boileau is going for 3 4th place finishes. Would have desperately wanted 3rd place. But the 4th place might, I'll do some maths shortly, edge him into 2nd place over Alexis Torskin in the overall championship for the season. Narinsky Hamsani himself will also go very tight. He's currently in 4th. He's bookended the entire 8-race season so far with 2 podiums. In between that, a couple of retirements, 5th and 6th places. Into the final minutes. And this will be 40 seconds. He's going to go over the line. We're going to get one more lap in here, folks. He should cross the line before. It will be close, actually. It's coming around turn number 11. Going Corenciao, turn 12. The Biondettis. In fact, I think this will cut down to 0. So he's got one more left-hander onto the start-finish straight, and he's going to run out of time. So this will be a checkered flag coming out. And it's going to be 8 wins from 9 races for the Swede Stefan Suslov. Absolutely untouchable in Mugello, almost untouchable this season. Over 100-point lead at the top of the championship. 9 races to go across 3 rounds. Can anybody stop him? It doesn't look like it. In 2nd place, Eros Ionani, his 3rd second place of the weekend. Alan Arinsky Hamsani, his 2nd podium of the weekend after a 3rd place finish in race number 1. And Frederick Boileau, 4th for the 3rd time. Bridesmaid again, just 1 step off the podium. But does his championship standings no harm whatsoever. In 5th place, Laurent Fresnay, the number 66. And Craig McClatchy, the Australian driver, in 6th position. His 2nd best finish of the season after a 5th place in race 1 here on Friday. William Chardin Alex Lima, Michel Renavant and Gilles Despierre sadly not coming back out onto the track after finding the pits after 4 laps. Frederick Bello, also your gentleman winner in 4th place.
Ils sont casse-couilles avec ça. Dès qu'il y a un mec qui sort d'une salle, ils applaudissent. Ah ouais.
Stephen, another perfect weekend for you. 3 races, 3 wins. What's your feeling right now?
Excellent. This weekend we had a great car, and I think all the races I felt confident and just bring it home on the P1. So it was good as usual. Yeah, thanks to my team for an amazing car. I just drove it on the track and bring it P1. So yeah.
As you said before, you've never been there. You showed a quick adaptation. What's your secret and how did you manage it?
To be honest, I just took it session by session and tried to adapt as quickly as possible. I also did a lot of simulator before coming here. But yeah, it was a little bit easier than I expected, to be honest, to learn a new track, especially such a difficult track as MUGELLO. But yeah, it went smooth and took me very, very quick to adapt.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
This was the race of the race, really, between those two, Ricky Msani and Frederic Boileau. Boileau led for so long, but it was a wonderful move by the Mexican that grabbed him third place, his second podium of the weekend, after a disappointing result in race number 1 as a non-classified finisher. Stefan Suslov, superior to the Formula Cup. Become there this weekend, 20 minutes for them for qualifying for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. And some highlight race of the day, the GT and Endurance Cup from Hallyday. Ligier sprang on 15 cars. I'll have a look at the championship. It has a big 8+2. It has been an up for him, didn't start. Race number 1 yesterday. Number 2 must be kind of essentially right back.
Pardon, sorry.
Maurizio Fondi didn't either. Now, there's just two teams this weekend that have got two drivers. The car number 53, which was Umberto, well, it should be Umberto D'Amato in this race, and it was Jacopo D'Amato in race number 1. Yesterday when we lined up, it was like yesterday evening, there was sadly several empty spaces on the grid. And I did think I spotted a couple more when we had the view from above. And there's cars coming around at the back, though. Maybe we're going to get a full 15, folks. That would be fun. As well as the overall championship. There is the team ranking, which are led by CT Motorsport. And then FI Competizione and CMR, they're all tied on 32 points. And the UCTC class, Maurizio Fondi over Michelier and Hakim. So 2, 4, 12, 30. Oh, we're missing 2. We are missing 2. And it's 2 from the back rows as well. I think we might. Let's try and work it. Let's see, Aramis. The background. Oh, make their way around under the safety car, or under the pace car even. Let's get that right. There's your grid then. Oh, it is David. No, well, let's wait and see. We're going to wait and see. Ogna, Rusinov, Shaboso, Inama, and D'Amato. So Tanguy Fevra has made it, which is great. Is his dad there, though? Benedict Sestini. Oh, David Fevra is on the grid, we think. Well, that's... We don't know, actually. That is the official... It's TBC. But Tanguy Fevra... yesterday, with... Inconsistent. His first not the start for midfield. Dynamic GT driver, Kron Reinhold. Pascal so the Hurricane GT3 slicing its way through this field as the race goes on. Starting right at the back, we thought he may. The two cars not with us, looks like Aramis and Schofield, the 333 and the 353, all part of SR&R Motorsport team. We have 5 lights, they'll go out and we'll get underway at Mugello, round 3 of the GT Sprint Cup. No, we're going to go out because the pace car's still there. So, officially, under safety car conditions, and this will eat into our race time. Yeah, extra pace. And in reality, we're going to get about 32 minutes of racing. Now, on the original, there was a mistake. It was called a 20-minute race. It's not, it's a 35-minute race, the GT Sprint Cup. It would be a shame to see these cars go around for just 20 minutes, wouldn't it? Saw a glimpse there of Vincent Ogner and the Mercedes AMG GT3 KRT team, the number 2, who took our win yesterday. We are going to get a bag this time. That's been confirmed. Now, Roman Rustinov, who was on pole, his teammate Ismail Akhmadekchev of the Graf Racing team was going well yesterday. Unfortunately, spun and crashed out late in the race. So, although they're tied top of the championship, it's their first weekend, first round of the season they're competing in this week. It's a little bit of... it doesn't represent the quality of the car or the drivers. Hence, on pole, Vincent Ogner, yesterday's winner in the black Mercedes. And this time, we are going to get away. 5 lights, they'll go out. We'll go racing for the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, round 3, race 2 at Mugello, in the heart of the Tuscan countryside of the rolling hills. And our drivers put the foot to the floor. Roman Rustinov away strongly, as is Vincent Ogner. Pascal Chaboso doing the better of Stefana Inama into 3rd position. Rustinov holding his line through the first right-hander. And the Mercedes of Vincent Ogner also holding court along the long right-hander into the left. Rustinov, Ogner, Chaboso, Inama through 4. We'll get 31 minutes of racing as opposed to 35. 1 extra lap under the formation car. So yesterday's winner, Ogner, and it was a cracking win too. Brilliant fight at the front. Again, Akhmadekchev sadly falling out of that race, which promised so much into the latter stages, denied a wonderful finish. Ogner won't care one bit. But today, a proper race on his hands in the very early stages. Roman Rusinov in the 797 Rosset GT LM car. Swiss driver for the Graf Racing team. Ogner for KRT. Behind them in the 144, Stefano Inama, and then Shimoso all with their first full racing lap. No change in the top four, but clear gaps from the front pair to the rest of the field. We had this yesterday. Significant advantages, some of these vehicles and drivers. So 1 second between your top two. Another 3 seconds back to third and fourth Inama and Shiboso. Rest of the field, Umberto D'Amato started in fifth, still in fifth. The only man to lose position so far, Tanguy Fevre, and into seventh from starting sixth on the grid. Remember, he's in second position in the championship, behind his dad, who was already up to 9th place after starting in 13th and last. Points for the win in the GT Sprint Cup, 12 for second, 10 for third. So anybody that finishes gets half a point. Race for 6th and 7th. 101 with the Sestini Ferrari 296 Challenge back to the front. Still Rusinov over Ogner. Pulling out a bit of a gap to just under 1 second, so gained 0.3 of a second on lap number 3 and took a new best lap time, Rusinov of 1:52.7. No changes on lap 3, at least in the first top 7. Apart from, you guessed it, David Fevre was up to 8th from 9th over Maurizio Fondi. And now the next man for David Fevre to overtake, the sister Lamborghini, is Fevre. Both of them in the CKCT Sport team. Now, Ogner just can't seem to get quite close enough to scare Roman Rusinov. That is David Fevre looking to overtake his son for 8th position. In front of them, that is Roberto Sestini in the Ferrari. So David can get past his son. There's the two black and yellow Lamborghinis, the red Ferrari in front of them. So David looking to make up 2 spots, maybe take his son with him. And they both go past Sestini. Oh, they'll be having so much fun. Can you imagine? Father and son racing your Lamborghini. They get the job done though. It doesn't become a point where Tanguy moves out the way to let his dad have a go. He's holding him up at the minute. Slingshotting forwards. This is the best chance now. Onto the straight, does pass. Did he let his dad through there? Looks it. Does indeed. That goes past Ferrari. Roberto against the fixture. Maybe he'll give his son a toe now. But your championship leader doing the most of the racing. Race 2 at Mugello. No change at the top, by the way. The top 6 remain the same. Rusnov, Iogna, Inama, Shaboso, D'Amato, Stastini, then the Febvres. Quick look at Gregoire Benedet. And then Pierre Aru. They're chasing 10th and 11th. Oh, picking up some dust. Right, David Febvre, all over the back of Roberto Stastini. Safety car. Well, we saw some dust and immediately yellow flag safety car. And David Febvre will be licking his lips because the rest of the field's going to come back to him. Oh dear. So safety car comes out and that is going to need the recovery truck. Is that the 252? I think it is. Whereabouts is that? I think that is Lyle Schofield. It's the Ferrari 458 Challenge. No, it can't be, because Schofield didn't make it to the grid. Stefano Inama. It was a Ferrari, but it was a 296 challenge. The DNC racing team. He's gone off just prior to final sector 3. So we might be 4-5 minutes here, folks. Well, Benedet running in 9th position, was 10th. Everyone promoted 1 spot. Unfortunately, thanks to Stefano Inama. The field will come together. They're still fairly separated, actually. Such was even just through what we had 10 minutes of racing. No, it was less, it was 5 minutes, because we had 5 under this extra formation lap. And significant gaps have been formed. I haven't seen a safety car yet. It's a virtual safety car. I haven't even seen one. Can't be. So apparently we do. Been hiding just in the background there. See the telehandler going up to collect Inama's car. There we are. Ah, the Febvres will be delighted. Oh, he'll be so excited. 20 minutes, maybe just under, of racing. Maybe even as little as 15. That machinery still on its way to collect Inama. the bottom left here, saw a glimpse of a car. That was Matthias Durand. Give him a great chance to pick up the back of the field. Still about a third of a lap behind though still. Only 5 cars so far have taken part in every race of the season. Finished every race of the season. I say that, been here. They've been present. Because David Febvre has been here for every race, not started every race. Which means only Tanguy Febvre and Gregoire Benedet are the only 2 drivers so far this year to have completed every single race. There has been 24 drivers in total entered into the 3 rounds of the series thus far. This race does take us to halfway in the season. Safety car coming in this lap, so about another, not quite halfway around the track yet. Now, will we see a repeat? I imagine we will, of Rusnov and Ogna making their way, pulling out a gap. David Febvre will be so keen to nip straight past the 3 cars in front of him, get himself into 3rd place, and then start chasing down your 2 leaders. We'll have about 17.5 minutes to do so. He gets 4th win of the season out of 6 races. 3 wins and 2 DNSs. Starts from the back of the pack in race number 6, race 2 this weekend. Only other men to win races this year. Klein Reinhold on race number 1 at Magny-Cours. Race number 2 yesterday, Vincent Iogna. Just that 1 single race win. First weekend of the championship for him. He was up to 8th position in the overall championship. That's how tight things are. Right, 1 more left-hander. The safety car will pull into the pits and we'll go racing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The entire field is just about back together. It won't be shortly. Once again, they'll cross the start-finish line. And as you were, Roman Rusnov leads Vincent Iogna. Race number 2 of the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup. Round 3 in Mugello. David Febvre is also going to be on a charge. He's chasing Roberto Sistini in the Ferrari. And the Vortex in front of him, Pascal Chaboso. But the places he really wants is a podium one. Still on the top step 3 times already. Oh, he's pulling over. What's happening? David Febvre, is there issues? He's let Tanguy go through. Oh, no! Oh, it was lined up so wonderfully for a chase. And David has pulled to the side, let Tanguy through. He's let Maurizio Fondi through. Well, let's concentrate on the front then. Roman Rusnov, Vincent Iogna, and Balto D'Amato, your front 3, as they were at the start of this race. Let's just look for a yellow glance in the background. No, gone. Just 1 Lamborghini, 1 Febvre remaining. Oh, a bit of a touch on the gravel. Let's not quite call it gravel, the dusty grass. Burnt to a cinder over the last few weeks here in Italy, as it has been across Europe. The Vortex of Chaboso, the Ferrari of Sistini, racing for 4th and 5th position. There's our leaders. Rusinov and Ogna. That will be our 8th racing lap completed. Rusinov, Ogna, Pascal Chaboso and Alberto D'Amato. We'll have to find out where the Fevres are. So as we know, Tanguy up to 5th. Is David Fevre still in this race? He's not in the top 8 now, dropping all the way down. I can tell you, he's running right at the back. That is such a shame. Continuing the race, there is, and why not? There's still points available for the lowest place finishings, even just for finishing. We mentioned earlier, you get half a point. But David Fevre does not come to Mugello to get half a point. Well, that's what we'll finish the weekend with, a non-start in race 1. And Paulie Engine, it seems, in race number 2. Still limped round at the back. There's Tanguy doing his father's work. Red Ferrari of Roberto Sestini. That's the race for 3rd and 4th. Pascal Chaboso in the Vortex, and Alberto D'Amato in the Ferrari chasing. Vortex also running in the Endurance GT Endurance Cup. That will be later on. But not just running, leading in that championship. The Gomez brothers. The Sprint Cup can be a testing ground for their cars and new drivers, of course. Rusinov has pulled out a 2-second gap now for Vincent and Ogna. And this happened in the early stages of the race, just couldn't get within biting distance of the race leader. They've pulled away from the field. So here's the race behind. The Vortex holding off the Ferrari, giving him a flash. Does that ever work? I'm here, and I'm coming for you, says Alberto D'Amato. Of the, well, 4 entrants from the SR&R team. New fastest lap of the race set by Roman Rusinov, a 1:52.356. We're qualifying much quicker. There were 150s from Rusinov. Yesterday. Tanguy Fevre really wants 5th place. Oh, that is a shame. In fact, that wasn't one of our cars, so ignore that. That'll be Endurance Cup later on. When you cut to a car being pushed into the garage, you'll more automatically think, oh no, I think that's a natural reaction. Tanguy Fevre all over the back of Roberto Sestini, not going anywhere. You feel like he's going to get it done on the start-finish straight, as he's got the straight line speed. Moves towards the inside. No, not this time. Ferrari stays strong. This is for 3rd and 4th. Pascal Chaboso, a bit like Roberto Sestini, holding off the man chasing. left or right, inside or outside. Tanguy Febvre looking for any option that might work. Just a touch wide. Go down the hill. Where's he going to find the gap? So David Febvre has been into the pits. He's come back out again. Oh, up in there. That looks like a lot of dust, but it must have been in front of them is Umberto D'Amato, who's chasing the Vortex of Pascal Chabosa. Our leaders complete their 11th lap of racing. We are not going to take our eyes off this race for 5th and 6th, because a 5th place finish potentially is going to strengthen Tanguy Febvre's hold on 2nd place in the championship. And there's a move up the inside of the Vortex, and Umberto D'Amato, has he got it done, or has the Vortex come back? Pascal Chabosa, oh, the up and under reversal. Well, he got into 3rd for about 2.5 seconds to Umberto D'Amato. Can't complete the job though. Great bit of racing between Chabosa and D'Amato. This is for 3rd place, this is for a step on the podium. He'll have a few more goes, won't he? These guys are not going to reach 1st or 2nd. This is the only battle for a step on the podium. Unless something goes horribly wrong for Roman Rusinov or Vincent Aogna. 3 seconds between them at the front. 0.3 of a second in the race for 3rd. Behind them, let's not forget, Tanguy Febvre and Roberto Sistini in the race for 5th and 6th. This is not what we want to see. Here we are. We didn't miss an overtake, don't worry. Oh, hang on a second. Where's Pascal Chabosa? Oh. They're playing with us. They're playing with us, folks. There's Chabosa. There's D'Amato. Don't show me a white Ferrari like that. Still 2 big races on, 7 minutes to race. The Vortex of the Vortex team. Chabosa and Umberto D'Amato in the 53 for SR&R. Squeeze through for around about 2 seconds. Oh, is potentially a move up the inside? No, a little bit too late. And Chabosa was all over it. That is going to be David Febvre's car, unfortunately. It's been called down. What the issue was. No, 2nd time into the pits for the father. Is it worth going back out by half a point, David? Your choice to make. It might be coming the end of the season with your non-starts and things. Might come down to 1 or 2 points. He'll wait patiently. We'll go back to some racing on track. So back markers for Roman Rusinov to deal with. And Snogna will do the same shortly afterwards. Black marker is Emilio Rocci, the number 3 car, with the SR&R, SRL teams. Wagner will also get through. Unless Rocci is given the blue flag, doesn't need to. Moves over very cleanly. That's how you do it. Lead at the front comes down to under 3 seconds at the end of the last lap. And they shouldn't get any more back markers now. The next car up the road is a good 1/3 of the track away, although 4 minutes, it's going to get 2 laps in potentially. I don't think they'll reach another back marker. So it will just be pure racing for the top 2 spots, Rusinov and Agna. Just looked on the transmitter map that Pascal Chabosa has made a little bit of a gap on Umberto Tomato. And they've just gone through the back marker of Matthias Durand. Now we start to make some mathematical time predictions. I think we'll get 2 more laps in, because Roman Rusinov will get round to the start-finish line well before 1:50 left on the clock. That looks a little bit closer. It was 3.2 seconds. Oh, it looks like less. There's Tanguy, still rolling around in 6th place. And, just can't get within a fighting distance of Roberto Sestini, not for lack of trying. And we will get 2 more laps in, because our leader is just coming up towards the start-finish straight now. Across the line, I'll get 1 more full lap in. The clock will stop. We'll get down to 0 at the end of his 2nd lap. So 2:50 on the clock, about 4 more minutes of racing. This is your race for 5th and 6th place. Roberto Sestini and Tanguy Fevra. And that's the closest he's been for a while. Oh my goodness, here we go. On the penultimate lap. Still not close enough. Tanguy Fevra, 2nd in the championship. He's not going to pick up a bucket full of points here. He'll get 4 points for 6th place and 6 points. An extra 2 if he can overtake Roberto Sestini. He'll have to deal with some traffic. They both get past. Sestini does. And Fevra will also get through. Good. So we want to watch this. confirming we will get one more lap in. The leader, Rusanov, is within 20 seconds of the start-finish straight. There's 44 seconds left on the clock. There he is. One more lap of the circuit. 5.24 kilometers for a Roman Rusanov win. First win of the season coming up. Surely can't be denied. It's their first weekend of the season for Roman Rusanov. And his teammate yesterday, who was going well, Ismail Akhmadekchev, until an incident late in race number 1. So this will be a great reprieve for the entire team. The SPL Performance by Graph team. The Rossa GT LM. Oh, they did catch the back marker. I didn't think they would. They did catch the next back marker. 64 of Pierre Aru in the Audi. Herrero Racing Team. Iagna desperate to get through as well, does so. And that should be his last overtake of this race. You've got 3 more corners and then the long left-hander over the start-finish straight for Roman Rusanov to bring it home for the Graph Racing Team. Iagna, now, try as he might, just couldn't get close enough to challenge for the win. But it is 2 podiums on the weekend for Iagna. For the win in race 2 at Mugello will go to Graph Racing and Roman Rusanov. A strong performance by the car this weekend. Couldn't get it done yesterday, incident in race 1, but proven what they can do when they get it right. Only the 3rd car to win a race this season. Second place for Vincent Iagna in the Mercedes. Fantastic weekend for him. Pascal Chabosa we're expecting over the line in 3rd place in the Vortex. And that has been challenged the entire way by Umberto D'Amato. D'Amato's going to miss out on the podium, but they provided plenty of entertainment throughout. David Fevre finishes the line in 12th position, 1 lap down. In fact, more than 1 lap down after his time in the pits. Pascal Chabosa in the 23 for the Vortex team. Will take the 3rd step on the podium. More Vortexes coming up this afternoon in the GT Endurance Cup. Umberto D'Amato 4th, not for lack of trying, in the Ferrari. And the SR&R team. Less than half a second between Roberto Sestini and Tanguy Fevre. Just couldn't get past, the Italian. But a few more points in the bag and he'll remain in 2nd place in the championship. So a little bit of stop-start with the extra formation lap and the safety car. Around about 25 minutes left of this race. But when we got going again, there's very little change at the front. Roman Rusanov just too strong. Vincent Iagna, 2 podiums for his weekend, a 1st and a 2nd. And head towards Spa in a couple of months' time. Very happy indeed. Hopefully we'll see all of them. There's Tanguy doing it for the Fevres. David looks strong, looked like he could come through the pack after starting at the back. Made his way up to 7th place. But something happened during the safety car procedure. Not long after, he was pulling over to the side of the road. Rolling roadblock to let the rest of the cars through. Went into the pits. Team had a little look. Did manage to finish. Will pick up half a point That's not what he came here for. Best lap of the race also for Roman Rusinov, 1:52.356.
Je suis avec le pilote. Hein.
The celebrations with his team.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Eric Bertrand. Roman, do you speak French or English?
Yeah, it's quite French and English, whatever you want.
Yeah, okay. So Roman, you won the race, the sprint race. How do you feel after this victory?
Oh, it was really nice. Let me take my helmet out. Eventually, we didn't get an easy weekend from yesterday because my teammate had a puncture, so he spun and then we get a small crash. But at the end of the day, we did a pole position yesterday. The car did a good job. Yeah, I think it's a really nice win, nice championship, good battle with the Mercedes GT3. Yeah, really cool. Thank you guys. Thank you for the team for your hard work.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Congratulations to Roman Rusinov. So it was a puncture yesterday for his teammate. Oh, we're going to get another chat down in Parc Fermé. Let's wait for Julie. Possibly not, but coming up next is going to be the European Endurance Prototype Cup qualifying session for their race, which starts at 9:25 local time tomorrow.
Oui,
the grid lineup is at 9:25, racing at 9:45.
Écoutez, je cherche les pilotes. Et très très bien. Il y a Roman qui est là, qui remercie vraiment sa voiture. Je pense qu'il est très content d'avoir gagné cette course. Il a dit que c'était pas très simple hier, et donc là ils sont vraiment très contents. Vous pouvez les voir là, ils posent avec son co-driver. Ils posent devant la course avant le podium. Je l'ai pas. Ils se sont cassés, les pilotes.
Some fantastic photos. That is a very, very happy Roman Rusinov. His teammate Ismail Akhmedekchiev didn't look as happy. We just got clarification that it was a puncture yesterday that caused the spin in the accident after he was in the top 3 yesterday when that happened and fighting for second from memory. They'll go again, I'm sure, at Spa in about 6 weeks' time, and hopefully at the latter stages also when we go to Navarra and Portimao for rounds 5 and 6. Now, there was a safety car pretty early on, which left us with 14 cars competing. David Fevre at this stage was up to the championship leader. David Fevre was up to 7th place. But then, we're not sure why, whilst under safety car, something went wrong, pulled over. Eventually made his way into the pits, did come back out to pick up half a point. There was 2 great races on track. Sestini over Tanguy Fevre right there, but nobody was getting anywhere near Roman Rusinov for the entire race. Even after the restart, Vincent Ogner just couldn't keep close enough to put any real sustained pressure on other than the opening laps after both starts. So Roman Rusinov gets the first win for team in their first weekend in the championship. Fingers crossed they'll come back for a little bit more for rounds 4, 5 and 6. Again, a 6-week break prior to that. We're going to go qualifying for the European Endurance Prototype Cup very shortly, so do stick with us. Right, folks, no rest for the wicked, eh? Straight into qualifying for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Round 3, of course, at wonderful Mugello circuit. Anticipating 35 cars taking part this weekend. Such a great number, very, very popular series. Let me just reorganise my paperwork here. Make sure we got the correct racing. Right. Part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. Headlining tomorrow's racing, the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Qualifying tomorrow is from 9:45 local time, okay? So be there with us. Just look at that view. Absolutely beautiful, picturesque background of Mugello in the Tuscan hills, not too far from Florence. It is a baking hot day. It's like 32 degrees. And we get to enjoy for the next 45 minutes, 3 times 15 minutes qualifying sessions. I will keep you up to speed with who is doing what, because it's the average of the best time in each qualifying session. This is how we work out our grid. Championship leaders right now, the A&S Motorsport team, ahead of 2 sets of Kojimo Racing. They lead the championship by 5 points. They took the win in race number 1, Chia, Aguilera and Wissenberger. And 9th place in race number 2 at Magny-Cours. Kojimo Racing, Prost, Alvarez, Creed in the 154 car. 3rd place at Le Castellet, 4th at Magny-Cours. And 3rd place in the championship at the minute. Another Kojimo Racing team, Morales, Tiron and Galon, 2nd and 21st. So you could argue that the most consistent of those teams is actually the 154 over championship leader in 6. No team yet has had 2 podiums. Winner in race number 2 was the CD Sport team, 28, Clavor, Jensen and Piguet. Zosh Naif took 2nd in race 2 at Magny-Cours. Petit Naif and Survey team. Also on the podium, SKR Performance by Graf Racing. So no team yet to have 2 podiums in the season. Only 2 races completed. Kicked off with a 6-hour race at Le Castellet, 4 hours last time round at Magny-Cours. So let's start to take a look at our standings. Who's in what car? Most of these cars, yeah, will have 3 drivers. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 cars on paper, at least, don't have a 3rd driver, so plenty of stints for them. And 1, 2, 3, 6 cars competing in the Bronze Cup as well. That's currently led by another Kojimo Racing team, the number 555 of Quilon, Tiron and Morales. Not just 1st in the bronze, but also 3rd in the overall championship, those guys. Right, first racing laps are being completed. Nicolas Pino in the 88 is getting us started. It's surprise, surprise, one of our Kojimo Racing team cars. You got the 154, another Kojimo Racing team. And finally, BDR competition in the 128. 14313 leads to a red flag. Wow, what was that, 6.5 minutes? There's been a few red flags today, and very few we've managed to catch on camera or get a glimpse of. but serious enough for a red flag. So there was a very quick yellow flag at sector 3, which was then upgraded to red not long later. So we'll find out for you. I was talking about bronze racing, wasn't I? Second in the championship, FTW Racing in the car number 500. 27th overall in the championship. And then CD Sport in the car number 30. So I just want to give you an idea of how good they've been, the Bronze Cup cars, because the team of Kojima Racing, Kelon, Tiron and Morales, they took a second place finish as a bronze car at Le Castellet, which is almost unheard of, and then 21st place at Magny-Cours, which is more likely the position you expect them to be in, with 35 cars and only 6 bronze cars. So that second place finish at Le Castellet could serve them right to the end of the season. It was that good. So all the cars coming in, we're still not entirely sure what's happened. Look at the heat haze there. That's an idea of how hot it is. We will hit 35 degrees by about 3 p.m, we think. We're in the low 30s right now. So did every car get a lap time in? Uh, 31 of the cars did get a lap time in. 4 did not. So the remainder of cars on track, making their way into their garages. Right, we're qualifying. Excellent. Oh, maybe we won't be. No, look, they regain position on the track, but plenty of debris, isn't there? Keep well clear of that. Right, on top, still Nicolas Pino for the Kojimo Racing 88, 143, 131. Are we going to see what happened? Yes, we are. Oh! And that is Jamie Winslow. Oh, dear. That is going to hurt. I saw Derriere. Or maybe I have to have a little look at the underside of that car between qualifying 1 and 2. Purple sector in sector 2 for Nicolas Pino, where there is a yellow flag. Oh no, don't do this to us. That is going to be a safety car. Well, it'll be red flag, won't it, again? Ah. What a shame. Not even time to get a flying lap in. I think they'll call that now on quali 1, surely. That is an absolute disaster. And a just about enthusiastic waving of the red flag again. Becoming an endurance sport today. That's at turn 9, I think. Oh well. I hope you enjoyed that qualifying, or part 2 of qualifying, and quali 1. Cars all come back in. How guilty do you feel if you're the driver that comes out after a red flag and chucks it straight in the gravel? And I just wonder if we may go, well, there's still a few cars. Let me just, still 4 cars with no qualifying time. And that might come back to bite them. So I wonder how long we will have to wait for our... It looks like we are going to get a third bite of the quali 1 cherry. That is pretty quick. Well done, marshalling team. And is that car going to get going again? They look pretty confident. Was the 154, I believe, was the car in the gravel. So I seem to be seeing Kojomo a lot today. Yeah, it was Erwin Creed who set the second fastest time so far in qualifying. And there is our culprit, Erwin Creed. The one thing he has got in his pocket is second place in qualifying time so far, 1:43.954. And he might just put a hand up and say, sorry guys, sorry guys, sorry guys, as he drives down the pit lane. And I doubt there'll be too much to clear up. Oh, look how quick they go. Whew. Well, that was close, wasn't it? Right, Erwin Creed will have to just take his medicine and wait for a moment before he gets going again. Let's take some of the dust and the gravel off that car. But otherwise, they were pretty rapid. Great view from above. And we get a green flag, we can go racing again. Oh, not racing, you know what I mean. Should have about 5 minutes left. Yeah, 5:03 officially on the clock. So, barring any trips to the gravel, we should have 2 flying laps. They might not all get 2 flying laps in though, because it's going to be cutting it fine to get all the way around to the start finish. 140 also to get round, or 147 for those nearer the back. So that is why they are almost in race mode right now, because they have to get over the start-finish line with enough time to hopefully get 2 laps in, or otherwise it's just going to be a 1-lap shootout. 4 cars still to get any time on the board. Car number 74, lap time deleted. Overtook under the yellow flag, naughty naughty. 74 is the BDR competition team vehicle. Jockeying for position before we go for a flying lap. Half of them have now started, or coming up to the start-finish straight for these lap times. A few of them are staying in the pits. No sign of Nicolas Pinot, who's our current Q1 pole sitter. It doesn't work like that. It's the average of the three, but you know what I mean. And Owen Creed, who caused the second red flag, also seems to have stayed in the pits too. But they can just concentrate on getting the car ready for Q2 day. Pretty much done his job. Oh, blimey. You're not racing yet, guys. That's the SKR performance by Graph Team 57. So some green sector times coming in, and a couple of green lap times. Peter de Curtens in the 66, a 146, a couple of hundreds quicker. Cornel Delamere in the 95. Purple sector for Paco Wiesenberger, silver driver in the car number 6. That's the AMS Motorsport team, championship leaders. Purple sector 2 for Paco Wiesenberger, here we go. I think we're going to get a new leader. Wiesenberger has got just the long left-hander to go. This is not Wiesenberger we're watching. The 95 is Gwenal Delamere, green in sector 1. But coming up to cross the line in just a second, I'll keep you up to speed with that. The number 6, Paco Wiesenberger. And he'll get one more lap in. Anybody crossing the line now is going to get one more lap in. There's only going to be a couple of them. Wiesenberger goes top 142.671. Cracking time for the silver driver and the championship leaders on the top step again. It's just Q1. There's 2 more to come. That's Gregory Savet in the 70, one of our Bronze Cup cars. Currently in 9th position. Are we going to see many changes? Who's going to jump up or drop spots in Q1? All helps towards your average. No major movements yet. Still plenty of cars fighting their way over the line. But most of the top cars have made their way in. Pinot, Crevino didn't get back out. Seegers, Winslow in 6th position in Quali 1. And there'll be no changes in the top 6, it seems, unless Lopez Casarato in the number 13. It's the Switch Racing team at 2 green sectors. Up into 7th and crosses the line. Gregory Savet moves up to 6th. So there was a little bit of movement to the great, strong first 2 sectors. 144. Has everybody got a lap time in? No, sadly. So you need to on the car number 10, Philip Simondomo. He has gone through. This is going to be their only lap time for Simondomo. Sadly, for the car number 20, it's DB Autosport by MB Performance, the only car in Q1 not to get out for any laps at all. So our championship leaders P1 and Q1. Our championship second place car at the minute. Third place with Erwin Creed. 555, the Kojima Racing Team car. Done in 25th after Q1. As we know, penalties, driver handicap penalties, so important in these races. Now, I haven't seen Philippe Kimandomo come over the line to complete a lap. He definitely got sector 1 and 2 in. I didn't see him finish. Nothing on our lap screens here. So all cars return to the garages. They'll swap drivers. Driver number 2 will jump in the car.
Beaucoup de sous dans T3. Okay.
Couple of checks, maybe some adjustments. It's a Seizelcom Racing Team car. And fade out to the Tuscan Hills. Lovely. Good work. Over 100 years they've been racing here. Originally as a 66-kilometre track through the mountain roads before, around about 1970-something, became the 5.245-kilometre track we know it today. So the race for the prototypes is tomorrow morning. Grid starts at 9:25, racing starts at 9:45, local time. But for now, we'll get underway with Quali 2. I hope we'll see the car 154, Kojima Racing, after Erwin Creed. I'd like to have seen it maybe just understeer, just seem to drive it straight into the gravel at turn 10. Scarperia. So I can't imagine there's much damage. The car I'm concerned about is the number 1. The 23 Events Racing Team, Winslow and Geshev. They took a hefty bump over the grass and the bumps. Did make it back onto track and continued racing. Took 7th place in qualifying. Just wonder if that car is okay. Might be up on the jacks, having a look underneath. Right, here we go then. Qualifying number 2 underway. Now, I've only just recognised actually that in the number 1 car, Jimmy Winslow, usually joined by Geshe, it's Nathan Kumar and Harry Hannam this week. So I'll get in touch with Jamie and find out what that is all about. He's a driver coach, Winslow. Right, with 35 cars on track, 15 minutes is not long for qualifying. To find some space and get a few really good lap times in without traffic can be a challenge, as we've seen in qualifying 1 with 2 stoppages. Driver to look out for in quali 2, Neil Yanni in the car 88. Kojimo Racing, Platinum driver, and Nicolas Prost in the 154. Also Kojimo Racing team. They have a phenomenal driver lineup. So 2 Platinum drivers. Pardon me. The difficulty, of course, is with the handicap penalties that they have to serve at each pit stop. Any time gained, in theory, you lose off the penalties too. So we know the ones to watch. Purple sectors, 1 apiece for Prost and Yanni, in sectors 1 and 2. Yanni was no slouch, first man out onto the track as well, to have clean air right at the front. So let's see then, our first quick times are 1:43.794 for Neil Yanni, 1:45 for Nicolas Prost. Not far behind Nathan Parmentier and Mitchell van Dijk. That is Neil Yanni. Fantastic livery, that, isn't it? You wouldn't think of putting bronze, black and yellow together, but that works wonderfully well. Oh, that's a 73. That is the ANS Motorsport team car. Oh, please. Oh, that's... Oh, no, 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 red flag. You can see the front hanging off, can't you? So that, unless it's at the barrier on the left of your screen, the only other reason for that is to hit another car, surely. Oh, there's our enthusiastic marshal. Getting that wrist going again on the flag. Never worked so hard. Well, 3 red flags in what, 20 minutes of qualifying? Here we go. What happened? Oh, pure spin out. So where's the... Oh no, here it comes. Damage at the front and the back then. Hopefully that is purely superficial and they've got another nose cone or bonnet they can put on. I thought there might be damage at the back, but that seems to be okay, and that would have been the side that hit on as well. So 4 minutes and 50 officially into the qualifying when we got that red flag. Unceremoniously positioned in the middle of the track. To watch every single car come past you, sadly. Nice quick on board with the Seisel Column Racing Team car. So for the third time, they will come back into the pits, not because the qualifying session is finished, but because of a red flag. And again, 35 cars on the track. It's qualifying, but it's racing to get into position for qualifying as well. Very, very difficult. And it does knock our entire schedule back a little bit. All of these cars, the Nova Proto 02, so all racing exactly the same machine. Oh, some rushing around. Surely not yet, because that car is going to have to be rescued. Only 19 cars actually got a time in, and only Neil Yanni, who was quickest by almost 2 seconds, got a really good one in. So this is qualifying number 3, not qualifying session number 2, which we assumed we would see, but quali 3, because we are 17 minutes delayed on our schedule, and it is a tight schedule. The question remains, what happens to those, half the field didn't set a time in quali 2. So whether we take the average of the 2 qualifying sessions and you null and void the second one, I don't know. I'm speculating. I've got no information on how we're going to do that. We'll find out when the qualifying times come out. Because it seems unfair not to give a team a qualifying time in quali 2 just because of the order they come out the grid. Hey, I'm no judge or jury. Right, let's start to see some qualifying times. Going to be all green through sector 1s, of course. Here's our standout drivers. Plenty of bronze and silvers in quali 3. A shame didn't get to see much of Neil Yanni and Nicolas Prost. They did set the fastest 2 times of those that did get round. But if they've lost quali 2 times, it's a bit of bad luck to put your best drivers in quali 2 and miss out on their times. We'll see, we'll see. All right, we're through sector 2. Our first time's going to be coming up very shortly. We've had a team manager reported to race control. Not too uncommon. Always like to know what's going on there, don't you? Right, here we go. 1:45, 4:16 by Jimmy Winslow in the car number 1. Down to 3rd place already, Paul Alberto, 1:43. The silver driver, Gregory Savet, in the bronze car, number 70. Lovely stuff, 1:44, 8:04. Car 77, currently 9th place in the championship, the Zosh J4R project car. 5th place at the Castellet, a non-finisher at Magny-Cours. Otherwise, could have been right up top 5 of the standings easily with a half-decent finish. Paul Alberto in the 77 goes purple in sector 1. Theodore Jensen goes purple in sector 2 and sets a new time of 1:44.021. Moves into 2nd place in the car number 28, a CD Sport team. Ian Aguilera, purple sector 3, and a new fastest lap time, 1:43.201. So A&S Motorsport on top. Come on, let's get a full 15 minutes in. Lawrence Hall in the number 3. DKR Engineering. 1:42. No, it changes again. Yeah, 1:42.689. But a purple sector for Ian Aguilera. Oh, they're all having a go at this. This is great. Who's this? Just touching the ground. Oh, come on. Out you get. Out you get. No red flags, please. And does miraculously out of the gravel. Return to the circuit. Well done. Gold driver, Laurent Hors for DKR Engineering. The German driver. Oh, slow in sector 2 though, after a purple sector 1. 3 seconds down on what he would expect to be going. Loads of green sectors in the middle pack between a 4th and 11th position. That time of Laurent Hawes, though, seems remarkably good, doesn't it? 1:42.689 last lap, 1:48. There is plenty of traffic out there. There is Laurent Hawes, the only gold driver on track in qualifying 3. Purple in sector 1. Purple in sector 2 for Laurent Hawes. Just keeping an eye on that as we enter the garage momentarily. Plenty of dust being picked up around that corner throughout the entire day, not just in the Prototype Cup. Can Laurent Hawes, he's had 2 purples. He's about to go over the start-finish line in about 5 seconds. Can he go quicker than 1:42.689? Odds-on favourite to do so. Yes, 1:42.354. Another 0.3 of a second comes off. What are we looking at here? How close do they go? Very close. Now, some cars, of course, being able to use those in front as a bit of a slipstream without getting in dirty air, can just tow you around. Oh, there's more. And that part of the track is going to be absolutely filthy. You could see it on the surface. It's Paul Alberto, the silver driver, the latest target of the gravel. No change at the top. Laurent Hawes for the DKI engineering team and Ian Aguilera for the Graf racing team, ANS Motorsport racing team. And distinctly less and less green sectors anywhere across the entire field now. The tyres have just gone off that little cliff edge of optimum performance. And that's the 77, isn't it, going incredibly slow after that trip onto the gravel, maybe. I wonder if they'll just slide into the pit lane and call that one a day. Yes, oh, no, they were
oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec Pierre qui a dû avorter la dernière partie de la qualification. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé, Pierre?
Alors en fait, on a eu un problème lors de la Q1 avec les drapeaux rouges. En rentrant dans les stands, le moteur est monté trop en tempé et donc ça a commencé à déborder de partout. On a perdu l'eau, on n'a pas pu faire la Q2. Là, on a réussi à réparer rapidement et on est parti en Q3 pour voir si tout allait à peu près bien. Et on a eu un drapeau noir parce que vu qu'on a rentré la voiture dans le box, on n'a pas le droit de repartir dans la qualif. Donc c'est pour ça. J'ai fait un tour, je suis rentré.
Et est-ce que c'est juste à cause des drapeaux rouges ou aussi avec la température de la piste qu'on a des problèmes aujourd'hui?
Un mix des deux, enfin de trois. Il y a 3 facteurs. Il y a effectivement les drapeaux rouges. La température aujourd'hui fait très chaud au MUGELLO. Et puis une erreur, on n'a pas coupé assez vite le moteur dans les stands. Et on l'a laissé aussi un peu chauffer. Voilà, donc tout ça fait qu'on a eu cette panne-là, malheureusement.
Merci beaucoup, Pierre. Merci, bonne journée.
Merci.
Less than 3 minutes remaining, and it's hard to foresee any changes coming in. A couple of lap times being deleted here and there. On board with Enzo Caldaras. Currently in 12th, Enzo. Ooh, just saved it. Just saved it. Maybe, well, that car's not going anywhere because it's not going to get around in time. That one's sticking around. It's the second of the two 23 events racing team cars, along with the number 1. More filth on the track. So around turns 5 where they pick up that dust. There's your man in second spot in quali 3, Ian Aguilera, silver driver. But I think that's it now. I doubt we'll see another faster time set by many of these cars. In fact, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in the top 20 still out on track, in fact. So the real optimists sticking out. That's almost a little bit wide. Wow. Using every single inch of permissible track. And maybe a little bit more. Let's take a look inside the car of your pole sitter. Well, not necessarily pole sitter, Q3 leader. There's Laurent Hall's the German, bottom of that list of names. That put them on the top spot. By just about a quarter of a second, it's not much. There's your checkered flag has come down. All cars crossing the finish line now are done, but most of them are in the pits. I'd say 3/4, if not more, of the cars have already finished this. Ian Aguilera has gone a green sector 2, but sectors 1 and 3 are too slow. Stays in second.
Oui, merci. Je suis avec Laurence qui est en tête de ces qualifications. Laurence, what do you think about this qualification? You are the best time for this qualification.
The car felt really nice. It was not easy because we had a lot of red flags in the previous session, so we didn't really know where we are. But team did an amazing job. Car felt amazing, so it was good to be P1 now.
Yeah, I understand. Do you have an issue with the hot on the Mugello circuit today?
It will be a big challenge for tomorrow in the race. Fortunately, the quali is quite short, and already I did the time quite early in the session, so I was not sweating a lot, but it will be a tough race.
Okay, thank you so much, and congratulations for your first place.
Lovely to get a chat with Laurent Hall, P1 in quali 3. All cars over the line. Ian Aguilera did improve his lap time on the very last lap by about 0.04 of a second. And then he was almost half a second clear of third place, Augustin Bernier in the number 23 car. So there is your qualifying 3 result. This is not your grid lineup, okay? We're going to take the average of the best 3, or maybe even the best 2, after the qualifying session was derailed by a red flag. Half the field didn't get a time in qualifying 2, so that'll be, we'll wait to see what happens. But for the time being, it is Laurent Hall in the number 1 spot in quali 3, Ian Aguilera in second, Augustin Bernier in third, Martin Lackerman 4th, and Theodore Jensen in 5th. That is your top 5. We did have 31 of the 35 cars set a time in quali 3. Those that didn't, the 21, the 10, the 20 and the 73. So sadly, that looks like 2 of the DB Autosport team, no time set in quali 3. So 4-hour race tomorrow morning. It can all pan out very differently to qualifying. You might say, what's an advantage of qualifying in a 4-hour race? It can be huge, of course, depending on how things get away. You don't want to be in traffic, you want to be near the front, out of all the mess. With 35 cars on track, there will be a little bit of mess tomorrow morning. As the cars come back in, put to bed for the night. Racing grid start, or grid lineup is at 9:25 local time. Racing 9:45. 4-hour race for them. Coming up next, the 4-hour Kennel GT Endurance Cup race. So stick with us.
Si on vous demande le nom d'un club auto qui rembourse votre franchise en cas d'accident, vous pensez à qui? Roule prend le relais là où votre assurance auto s'arrête. Roule, le premier club auto qui profite à tous, à condition de ne pas passer à côté.
Voilà pour le déroulé de cette Clio Club Series. le numéro 15 qui s'élancera juste derrière, en deuxième ligne avec Ben Colburn. Risque d'être mouvementé. Je pense qu'au virage du grand spectacle de la Courva San Donato devrait connaître une animation particulière. Alors ici on est avec le GPR Racing d'Amino Puccetti, bien sûr le poleman de cette course, et on essaye un maximum de préserver de la chaleur, que ce soit le moteur, l'habitacle. Les pilotes sont déjà équipés, arrachés sur leur paquet. Et là aussi, c'est un moment où il faut se détendre un maximum, essayer de consommer moins d'énergie possible, parce que 25 minutes qui ne laissent place à... N'hésitez pas, vous avez
Bonjour David, je peux vous interroger un petit peu pour... Bonjour David, vous êtes P3. Qu'est-ce que vous attendez de cette course?
Le mieux possible, je vais essayer de gagner, c'est l'anniversaire de ma femme, donc je vais essayer de gagner. Mais au moins que ce soit une voiture de l'équipe qui gagne, c'est le principal.
Super, et bien, joyeux anniversaire à votre femme et je vous souhaite une super course dans cette Clio Cup.
chercher la victoire, mais il a un objectif tout à fait particulier. La voiture avec attention à bouger, il fait du côté des pilotes français. Là, d'ailleurs, les qualifications, les équipements également, et ça aussi, c'est une victoire au moins de
Sorry. Hi.
Can I...
Hi, do you speak English?
Yes.
Or French? English? Okay.
Julie, si vous êtes avec Amino Puccetti, me semble, allez-y.
Exactement, je suis avec le leader du championnat. Et donc je vais interroger en anglais. Hi David, you're the first in the championship of the Clio Cup. What are you expecting for this race?
Yeah, it's my home race, but we have to take point for the championship, so we will see during the race. I don't know. I want to win because it's my home race, but yeah, even second or third is good.
Okay, great. Do you know well the MUGELLO race?
Yeah, I know the Mugello. I saw a lot of race here, but I raced only one time, so we'll see.
Many thanks and have a good race. Thank you.
je sais pas.
cracher.
de l'étape. Et on n'oublie pas, puisqu'il son mari n'a pas posé, c'est ce beau cadeau. C'est la dernière fois en début de course, qui permet de finalement aller offrir une victoire. Félicitations, bonne anniversaire à Madame Ligier. Et félicitations à la Ligier pour cette victoire sur la première course. C'est le premier grâce, on va faire partir tout de suite un véhicule après de longues minutes. Rapport aux derniers présentés.
Oui, je suis sur la grille d'arrivée avec les 3 pilotes qui sont en tête, avec David Pouget qui est en train de sortir de sa voiture. Je vais essayer d'aller lui parler, mais je pense qu'il va vouloir remercier toute son équipe d'abord. Ah ben je crois que c'est sa femme du coup qui est avec lui. Je vais essayer d'aller voir David, pardon. David, ça vous a porté chance finalement l'anniversaire de votre femme, vous êtes vainqueur aujourd'hui?
Ben oui, la première de l'année, ça fait que je commençais à faire longtemps que je n'avais pas gagné. Donc voilà, ouais, pour l'anniversaire de ma femme, comme je vous l'ai dit dans le départ. Voilà, c'est une course, il fallait gérer ses pneus avec la chaleur et quelque chose dans lequel je ne suis pas mauvais. Donc voilà, super content que Damiano soit second. Alex est quatrième, c'est super pour l'équipe. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir Alex. Merci beaucoup. Je vais essayer d'aller voir s'il y a les autres pilotes. Madame, c'est vous votre anniversaire? Joyeux anniversaire. Vous avez porté chance à votre mari. C'est ça, merci.
Malheureusement, dans une autre City n'est plus dans le point. En tout cas, voilà, on peut vous l'annoncer. Dans une autre City, donc deuxième de cette course et avec les points marqués, prend les commandes du championnat à la mi-saison. On a effectué cette course sur 14 aujourd'hui. On rappelle la victoire de David Pouget, c'est dans cette City. Et 4 colis. Allez, on se fait bien sûr le résultat.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec le troisième qui a remporté donc en troisième position de cette Clio Series aujourd'hui à Mugello. Comment vous êtes senti pendant cette course?
Bah écoutez, ça avait mal démarré, les essais s'étaient pas très bien passés hier et aujourd'hui, enfin hier. Donc on a essayé de faire beaucoup de choses cette nuit sur la voiture, ça a fonctionné. Donc je suis content de pouvoir me battre avec la tête. C'était le but et on a réussi.
Très bien, vous n'étiez pas très loin du deuxième. Pendant longtemps, vous avez menacé. Comment vous avez réussi à faire toute cette stratégie pour remonter derrière Puccetti?
Bah, après, le problème, c'est qu'il fait hyper chaud. Il faut essayer de tenir les pneus parce que c'est un circuit avec un asphalte très abrasif. Ça reste une traction avec des petits pneus, donc il faut calmer un peu le début de course pour essayer de faire un peu le meilleur en fin de course, mais c'était bien, c'était une bonne bataille avec Puccetti. Il manquait peut-être un petit peu pour aller le chercher, mais demain ce sera une autre course.
Super, bravo et bon à demain. Merci beaucoup.
Si on vous demande le nom d'un club auto qui rembourse votre franchise en cas d'accident, vous pensez à qui? Roule prend le relais là où votre assurance auto s'arrête. Roule, le premier club auto qui profite à tous, à condition de ne pas passer à côté.
pour commenter cette course. Monsieur Mugello, troisième rendez-vous de la saison après le circuit Paul Ricard, le circuit de Neverland, une course donc la personne de Mugello qui nous accueille ce week-end. Cette course qui est en train de se mettre en place les pilotes sont dans leur voiture. On partira pour 4 heures de course dans quelques instants. On va retrouver une voiture au départ. Et là, une Lamborghini numéro 25 du Nord GT qui a obtenu des qualifications plutôt qualifiées avec notamment une sortie piste. Au départ, on tiendra une file 7 minutes avant le tour de formation. Alors à l'instant, le début de tour de formation avant le départ lancé dans quelques instants. On rappelle qu'on partira pour cette sorte de course comme ça fait de Mugello dans des conditions qui sont brûlantes sur le circuit actuellement. Allez, on est avec Julie, notre reporter qui est justement dans la piquette. Julie, justement, on peut faire un point sur les conditions sur cette piste qui est très très chaude, j'ai l'impression.
So a very warm welcome to Mugello for round 3 of the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. It is a big weekend. We reach the halfway.
Oui, merci beaucoup, je vous entends. Effectivement, il fait très très chaud sur le circuit. On a vu dans les précédentes courses, dans les précédentes qualifications, la chaleur est vraiment un énorme impact sur la stratégie de course et sur les voitures. Donc j'espère que ça va être aussi quelque chose de déterminant aujourd'hui. La stratégie de pneus, en tout cas la gestion des pneus avec la chaleur, va être très importante aujourd'hui. Et on va voir si M Racing garde la tête pendant toute cette course d'endurance.
We are getting underway in 1 lap's time. One lap, the formation safety car is a rolling start in the Endurance Cup. Our championship leaders are RR Racing by Racetivity, the car number 17, line up on the 3rd row of the grid in 5th place. Championship 2nd place, lining up on the front row, the Gomez brothers in the Vortex car. Non-classified in race 1, winner in race 2. That win in race 2 with the 1.5 times points, enough to put them into the 2nd of the championship. Our winners from race 1, Ligier Racing, 6th in the championship. They line up in 3rd position. A win in race 1 at Le Castellet, a non-finisher in race 2. What's the theme going on there? You win one, you don't finish one. As of yet, nobody's been on a podium twice. Completely separate podiums from race 1 to race 2. 12 cars entering. Only 4 cars have finished both races so far. 7 cars have entered both weekends. They are getting ready to go. This is the last long left-hand. You get used to this if you're new to Mugello. Downhill all the way out to the left. The safety car will pull away. Front row, M Racing, David and Muller against Gomez and Gomez of the Vortex team. Got 5 lights, they'll go out and we'll go racing, folks. This is the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. A quick move down the centre. It's round 3 at Mugello. Nobody's won twice yet. Nobody's been on the podium twice. And that is an absolutely rip-roaring move around the outside through the 2 pole cities. M Racing and Vortex 68 and 22. What a move! But David and Muller in the car is Jean-Christophe David for the Ligier, and they will retain the advantage right to the front. But what a start! So the vortex of the Gomez brothers. Arnold taking stint number 1. There are 5 mandatory stops in this 4-hour race. You'll see them stopping though 9 or 10 times to get fuel. You cannot combine fuel stop with a mandatory stop. And 12 cars over a 5.25 kilometre track. Things will get spread out. Less so than they would with the original. We're going back over 50 years for the 66-kilometre track this was. Through the mountains. They cut it down to Formula Racing, a 5.25, 15 turns. And some of the best elevation changes you'll see across the entire motor racing world. They love coming here. So Seb Lejeune, what a move from the start. Tore right between the Vortex and the M Racing car. Nearly got into first place, had to settle for second. But off like a rocket. Already 1 lap completed. So going back to the championship standings, top spot, car number 17, RR Racing by Racetivity. In front, leading the car 68, 21st in the championship. Only a 15th place finish to their name from Le Castellet. Didn't enter round 2 at Magny-Cours, hence they're just on half a point right now. But this weekend looking to show what that car can really do. Second in the championship, the Gomez brothers. Oh no! Oh dear, that's a big off. And that will struggle to get... Oh, if that keeps going, that is incredible. My goodness me. The famous blue and McDonald's livery. It's Daniel Wojcinski at the wheel of that Porsche at the moment. 5th in the championship. RR Racing by Racetivity. In fact, no, it's 1st and 4th, forgive me, that's the championship leader. Rigo de Sebes and Lesenes watching on painfully. Folks, this is a 4-hour race. We've seen cars go to the pits for 2 or 3 laps and come back and been absolutely fine. Just 12 cars, this is a long one. So the car 17 is officially, I said 4th. They're in 4th and 1st in the championship because Shea only took part in the 2nd race at Magny-Cours, whereas Wojcinski, Rigo de Sebes and Lesenes, they took part also in round number 1. Then a 4-man team for round 2. Now that car has just got to make its way back to the pits. I am amazed it hit that wall and kept on going. No doubt we'll pick up a replay. Oh, no, 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 no. And that is, well, it went going for a little while. It's only 4 turns from the pit straight. That is absolutely devastating. They do have the opportunity. They could get that car on the back of a wagon, get it back to the pits, and get it out in, I'm guesstimating, half an hour's time, whatever it might be, and still pick up championship points. We saw in race number 2, there were only 8 finishers at Magny-Cours. So don't write anything off just yet. Still 6 points for finishing 8th. And the Gomez Vortex keen to get past Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. Who was done on the line. I'd love to see that restart. play. Fourth place, Anthony Plessis in the 82 Porsche. Third in the championship with Charpentier, the Loca Racing team. Gomez has retained his top two starting position. Gets the better of Sébastien Loeb. And look at that train of Porsches. That's a Porsche Vortex and Lamborghini fighting for 5th, 6th and 7th place. Plessis, Sagliano, Bonnell, Malerba down to 7th. Bit of a gap then to 8th. Fabian in the 920. Jean-Christophe David in the Ligier in the #1 spot is absolutely flying ahead. Just set a fastest lap time on lap 3. He's got 2 purple sectors already on lap number 4. His lead is up to beyond up to 7 seconds. Now, pit straight, can anybody make advantage here? The Porsche in front, the Vortex and the Lamborghini running in for 5th, 6th and 7th position. Look down the inside, didn't have the speed, but out of turn 1. Looks on the outside of turn 2. And the Porsche will just hold on. And all this is going to allow Fabio Malerba in the Lamborghini to have a sniff at the back of Philippe Bonnell. Can't get as close as the Vortex can to the Porsche. Right-hander down the inside. No. Already a second infringement for track limits.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec le team principal de M Racing, qui est la team qui est en tête de cette course endurance. Yvan, comment vous avez géré ce début de course? Et j'ai l'impression que ça se passe bien pour l'instant.
Jusque-là, ça se passe bien. On est parti en pole. Jean-Christophe David est au volant. Il a fait un bon départ. Et il commence à creuser le gap autant qu'il peut. Donc j'ai plutôt confiance en lui. Il roule plutôt pas mal et il est en confiance.
Très bien, et vous allez prendre le relais ensuite en tant que pilote, parce que vous êtes team principal et pilote, c'est ce que vous me disiez.
Oui, effectivement, on va se partager le volant. Alors il ne va pas faire 2 heures et moi 2 heures, il va faire la première heure, je vais prendre le relais dans la deuxième et puis il va refaire la troisième et ainsi de suite.
Merci beaucoup. On parle beaucoup des conditions météo, il fait très chaud à Mugello, il y a beaucoup de gestion de pneus à avoir. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous avez l'habitude de faire avec vos copilotes?
Oui, c'est quelque chose qu'il faut anticiper. Il faut déjà bien s'hydrater, prendre un peu des sels minéraux, essayer d'aérer le plus possible dans l'habitacle, mais effectivement, il fait en règle générale entre 20 et 25 degrés de plus qu'il fait à l'extérieur. Donc vous imaginez, et tout ça avec un casque, une combinaison, des sous-vêtements et une combinaison. Donc il faut le gérer, c'est aussi beaucoup un travail mental.
Je comprends. Nous, on a déjà très chaud, alors j'imagine dans la voiture. En tout cas, bonne course. Et puis, on vous retrouvera sans doute ensuite sur la piste directement.
Ça marche, merci.
Merci beaucoup.
So a few words from the M Racing team, leading right now by, well, beyond 10 seconds, and doesn't look like slowing down either. The most exciting thing for their team, though, is they got Jean-Christophe David at the wheel at the minute, their bronze driver. Waiting in the wings in the garage, Ivan Müller, gold driver. That will give them a bit of a penalty at the changeovers. So there are compulsory pit stop times, balance penalties, and they will have to serve, pardon me, at every single pit stop for a bronze and a gold, 48 seconds above the standard. So, although this lead already looks formidable, it will all, if not all, be brought back during those mandatory pit stops again. 5 out of 5 required. There'll also be refueling stops. When we get to that stage, you will get a glance, you'll be able to tell whether they're going for the refueling or the mandatory pit stops, depending on where they go as they enter the pit lane. If it's a refueling, it doesn't count as one of the 5. Now, we understand most of these cars, a refueling will get them around about, it was around about an hour and 10 minutes of racing. So anticipate, if they're full now, you're going to get around about 5 plus 4, maybe 9 pit stops overall over the course of the 4 hours. And that is not including ones where something's wrong with the car, you need to come in and check it quickly and get back out again. So you could see a dozen, who knows? If everything's working well, prime number would be your 9s, maybe your 10s. Now, the Lamborghini, you've just seen the green and black, is moving well, because they actually started on the back row of the grid, the number 25, Malherbe Boulet, for Schumacher GP. 5th in the championship right now in the UCS 1s category. And already moved themselves up to 6th. I did have somewhere there it is, found it. The average times for the drivers, and the reason the Schumacher car started at the back row of the grid is because they didn't get out for one of the qualifying sessions, hence their average was pretty poor, sadly. A 206 in quali 1, didn't get out for quali 2, it didn't bother, there was no point for quali 3. It was gone by that point. M Racing set the fastest lap. Let me just double check that is true. Yeah, they did, a 1:49.000 in quali 2, and their average was 1:49, over 2 seconds quicker than any other car. Hence why through 7 laps they are already up to towards 20 seconds, because 2.3 seconds on an average per lap times 8, which we're coming up to now, gives you the maths on why they are so far ahead. This is not unexpected by any means. So we've still got this race on for 4th, 5th and 6th. So a little bit in the Lamborghini 25 car, Schumacher GP. In front of him, the Vortex 21 Vortex team car, and Anthony Plessis in the 82 for Loca Racing. Now, they are coming up on the back of Sébastien Loeb. who got the nitro start off the rolling start. Seemed to be half a second ahead mentally than anybody else on the grid. Nearly got into number 1 spot. I don't like that bonnet. I don't like that at all. It is anti-aero. That was actually happening in qualifying too. Just needs surely just 3 bits of gaffer tape, left, right, and centre. So many cars here, and going around turn 3, have been picking up that dust on the right-hand side. A few quite precarious trips, or 2 wheels at least, into the gravel. Race down the hill into turn 6 and 7. Three completely different cars, but so finely matched. You wonder if the Porsche, if they get past the Porsche, whether they'll kick on. Move up the inside by 1, Vortex goes through. Well, what a fantastic move. Can he hold on to it? And the Lamborghini goes through as well. So going backwards by 2 spots, Anthony Plessis, both Philippe Bonnel in the Vortex and Fabio Maloba in the Lamborghini finally get through. And next in their sights is Sébastien Loeb of the Seb Loeb team. And based on how they eventually dealt with the Porsche, I think the next one might only be a matter of time. Already gapping. Three Vortexes in the field for the Vortex team. 20, 21 and 22 are the numbers. Easy to identify. "24 seconds, the lead for Jean-Christophe David.
Exactement, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec l'équipe Vortex qui est en deuxième position pour l'instant. Ils essayent absolument de rattraper leur retard sur MC Racing. Et je suis avec Olivier qui va prendre la place ensuite d'Arnaud. Donc Arnaud Gomez qui est en deuxième position. Olivier, comment vous allez essayer de gérer pour rattraper et potentiellement réussir à passer en première position devant MC Racing?
Bon, on ne va pas trop dévoiler la stratégie encore, mais on a notre petite idée. Ce que je peux vous dire, c'est que c'est une course d'attente. Il y a 4 heures, il fait très chaud. On a prévu une stratégie un peu en décalé, si vous voulez. Donc on verra quand ça va se recroiser sur la fin de course. On fera le constat à ce moment-là.
D'accord, très bien. Et là, je comprends qu'avec vous n'avez pas les mêmes temps d'arrêt avec l'équipe qui est en première position. Est-ce que ça peut impacter votre stratégie aussi dans les arrêts au stand?
Oui, entièrement. C'est clairement parce qu'ils ont plus de temps au stand que nous, on se permet d'économiser un peu en pneus, en essence, etc.
Et là, vous, en attendant, vous analysez la course. Qu'est-ce que vous faites pour vous préparer? J'ai pas l'impression que vous vous mettiez au frais d'ailleurs. Vous n'avez pas trop chaud avant de rentrer dans la voiture?
Si, clairement, j'essaie de descendre ma température corporelle. Il y a 5 minutes, j'avais encore ma serviette mouillée, mais là je préfère, vous voyez, je suis prêt à rentrer dans la voiture s'il y a besoin, donc on ne sait jamais, il faut être réactif.
Très bien, écoutez, merci beaucoup, je vois que l'équipe est très concentrée et on a hâte de voir votre stratégie pendant cette course d'endurance. Merci Olivier. Merci.
Olivier Gomez, brother of Ana Gomez, who's currently lying in second place. There he goes. And at the front, ideally, before the first mandatory stop, they would like a 48-second gap, because that will be their penalty, driver balance penalty, over the field. Now, the Gomez brothers, a two-man team, bronze and bronze, they will have a 17-second penalty. The only way you don't get a penalty is if you're a completely AM team, AM. So, the car number 12, (920), forgive me, that 920 is all AM, and they are the only all-amateur team. The 920, Chazelle Technology, Fabian Berry, Stefan Lipp and Frederick Roy. So they'll serve 0 balance penalties. For everybody else, there will be some. Now, Sébastien Loeb has managed to get back past, as you can see it right there, Fabio Alurba, which is a surprise, because when he went through with Gomez, they looked to be gapping almost immediately. So they're on the back of Philippe Bonnel. Another Vortex in 3rd place, 9 seconds behind Gomez's Vortex. Turn number 7. Cervelli and Arrabbiati, 2 right-handers back-to-back. And there is our damaged
Exactement, on est en train de la voir rentrer cette voiture. Je pense qu'ils vont essayer de travailler dessus. On voit qu'elle est un petit peu abîmée à l'avant. En tout cas, on va souhaiter un bon courage aux mécaniciens. Mais c'est une bonne nouvelle qu'elle soit rentrée dans les stands. On va pouvoir la suivre sur les réparations. C'est vrai qu'elle a fait une sortie en tout début de course. Je vous redonne la main, Bertrand et Eric.
Oh dear. One of our Vortexes is also going to be out of the race. Is that enough to bring out a safety car? It will be a yellow flag, I'm fairly sure. What happened? Oh, straight off. Steering gone? Surely the only answer. Running in 3rd place, Philippe Bonnel. That is a real crushing blow. So 3 Vortexes started. That one, it's a really strange one, that. I can only imagine steering issue, or maybe we saw no smoke to identify some sort of puncture and just pulling off the race circuit, but that looks almost terminal, unfortunately. Right, we're going to get a full course yellows for this. And the pit entry will close. If anybody is really clever, they might dive into the pits now, because the safety car is preparing itself. And they've not gone into the pits. Full course yellow should start in about 10 seconds time. If that news didn't filter through to the cars, what the leader, the worst case scenario now for Jean-Christophe David is a safety car, because he's built a huge advantage, over 30 seconds advantage, and it will be utterly wiped out. I mean, I'm no expert. That car off the track, the 21, yes, it's dangerous. Oh, the telehandler's coming too. Full course yellows. Not his first bit of work today. thought he was going in the wrong direction there, though. Let's check out the damage on our championship leading car. RR Racing by Racetivity, number 17. Oh my goodness. That damage there too. What is going on? Where's that come from? I mean, it had all that tape on it anyway. Ignore all that black tape. But that is some sort of crunch somewhere. And that didn't go into the back of the vortex, did it? No, he was they weren't near on track, were they? I'm speaking to myself, by the way. Flips to the right in. Oh dear. Well, the Sébastien team have come into the pits. I hope they did that before the pit entry closed. If they did, that is very clever. Very clever. They might have played an absolute blinder there. So a full course yellow, of course, is not a safety car, so they're going to maintain, it's almost like a virtual safety car, they're going to maintain that distance. So there was nothing touched it, did it? Just, it seemed to quite be willingly led off the track, as if he felt something. I thought, this isn't quite right. And maybe Philip Bonnell's done something quite sensible. That'll come back to the pits, they might get it back out later. And this is good news for Jean-Christophe David, because he can maintain that lead, currently at 53 seconds. So this is the perfect start, because they have a 48-second penalty to serve. Driver balance, which is not the biggest balance penalty you can get. It does go up to 65 seconds if you got 3 silver drivers or 2 on all silver lineup. Who else is going to get heavily hit? Now, sadly, this is the second race in succession where the number 21 Vortex has had to leave the race. They were non-classified at Magny-Cours, didn't race at Le Castellet. And then number 20 car also non-classified. And Le Castellet, the 22, non-classified. They've yet to go a race without having a non-classified car. Of course, when you've got 3 cars in the race, pardon me, there's always a good chance there's going to be one non-venture. The attrition rate does seem to be around about 30% for these endurance races. Full safety car will end in about 30 seconds' time. Car's been cleared. It will make its way back to the garages so they can fix it. There's no surface damage, as it were, but maybe there was a pop or a bang that we are not privy to. We have a green flag. We're going racing again. I'll get the tyres and the engines back up to full temperatures and speeds. Now, I'm just pointing out, but somehow, during that full course yellow, Jean-Christophe David increased his lead from 56 seconds to 1 minute 16. Now, we talked about the main championship a little while. And in this competition, this race today, there are 6 UCS1 cars and 6 in the Porsche Cup. All the top 3 right now in the UCS1. The Ligier, the Vortex, the Lamborghini. And the rest of the cars, all Porsches. Porsche Cup led by RR Racing by Racetivity. Also the overall championship leaders, Loco Racing in second and RR Racing also in third. Different driver. Again, that driver lineup changed between race 1 and 2. In the team championship, Vortex leads Schumacher and RR Racing by Racetivity. In the UCS1, it's Schumacher, Vortex, Schumacher. And there is a ranking table for UCS Light and UCS 4. However, the Mercedes or the BMWs, none of them arriving at Mugello. First of our mandatory pit stops. It's for Anthony Plessis. All right, careful. Blimey. We know it's got to be quick, but I'm sure we can get back in the car later. Anthony Plessis unceremoniously dragged from the driver's seat. Taking over will be Guillaume Charpentier. And they are the first team to make a mandatory pit stop. And like I suggested, they've been listening. Get some duct tape, gaffer tape, anything you can on that bonnet, because that is flapping around a bit. Nothing scarier than travelling at, what, say, 150 miles an hour, and your bonnet flicks up and obscures your windscreen. And off they go. Well done, chaps. It's a bronze driver lineup. Their balance penalties, just 17 seconds each time they make one of their 5 mandatory stops. So although for the time being that'll put them down to 10th position, 10th and last. We've lost 2 cars already, of course, the 17 of our championship leaders, RR Racing, and the 21 Vortex car. So what I'll do throughout the race is, I know you can't see this, I can see who has made how many mandatory pit stops. So you can't just count how many times they go into the pits. It doesn't work like that, because half the time they'll be going to refuel. They will not count as mandatory. So Gomez comes in, as does Fabian Boeri. So 2 more cars are in the pit lane. There is some damage to these cars, isn't there? They've been there all weekend, of course.
Sur cette voiture. Si besoin, je peux commenter, je suis juste devant.
It's superficial. Don't worry.
Exactement, là je suis avec la Porsche 920, ils ont changé tous les pneus. Je sais pas, je pense que peut-être que c'est lié à la température du circuit. Ils ont changé de pilote et là ils vont repartir, je pense, bientôt. Il y a aussi effectivement la Vortex qu'on a vu passer juste devant. Et cette voiture, voilà, on est encore en train de changer le pneu arrière. Et on a ces stigmates à l'avant droit qu'on voit vraiment sur la voiture. Donc là, ils sont prêts à repartir. On change le dernier pneu arrière gauche. Et la voiture, je pense, la 920 va pouvoir bientôt repartir. Et il y a d'autres voitures qui se sont arrêtées juste derrière. Donc ça y est, les premiers arrêts s'enchaînent avant l'heure de course. Donc voilà, c'est assez sympa à regarder. Et on a la 920 voilà, pour la compétition. Merci. Ouais, je t'entends.
So temporarily at least, the top 6 cars yet to pit. Olivia Gomez just gone purple in sector 1 after their pit stop with so Jean-Christophe Dav in the lead at the moment. Fabio Loeb in the Lamborghini in second, who started on the back row of the grid. Every team in those 5 mandatory pit stops gives you an average stop time of every, well, 48 minutes, but that's if you have one right at the very end. Around about 45 minutes.
Oui, je vous entends. Écoutez, je ne dirais pas non pour un saut dans une piscine, mais là je voulais juste vous montrer les pneus chez AZ Technologies Course qui sont en train d'être refroidis. Parce que voilà, il fait vraiment chaud partout. Les pneus ont besoin de vraiment être bien entretenus. C'est vrai qu'on pourrait ajouter d'ailleurs peut-être une piscine pour les pneus. Mais à défaut, on a le ventilateur. Voilà, je voulais juste vous montrer ça parce que c'est assez marrant à regarder. Chacun trouve ses solutions pour faire refroidir ses pneus et trouver des solutions avec ces chaleurs qu'on a à Mugello. Voilà, et je vous retrouve dans la piscine évidemment. Pardon.
Having loads of fun down in the garages today. Great to have all these little conversations. If you're watching in English, you can only speak English. I only apologise, I'm not going to translate for you. But we can tell by their smiles and the laughs they're enjoying themselves here in Italy this weekend. Chazelle Technology Corsa car. It's got 2 cars in today. The The 920 and the 94. So just 5 cars remaining to make a mandatory pit stop. We are 41 minutes in. We know around about 40-45 minutes is the average time per stint. Can be longer, can be shorter, doesn't matter really. Just make sure you've done them all by the time the race finishes. There is sometimes a dart towards the pit lanes right at the very end. What are we looking at here? Issues with the brake disc. Because this is like an unnecessarily long stop. We're running in 6th place, Lucas Sugliano, and they're trying to dig something out. Here's the second of the Ligiers. Olivia Calandini at the wheel. Now from here on in this race, you've got to take the leaderboard with a pinch of salt, because there will be cars who are looking like they're 30 seconds ahead of the car behind, but they maybe had one less pit stop, or you could be 2 pit stops behind at some stages. I've seen that before. Getting towards the end of a race, the last hour or so, and somebody's still got to make 2 pit stops. Looks like they're leading by a minute and a half. They're not net, at least. Fabio Malerba, second position, 50 seconds between them.
Ouais. Exactement. Merci beaucoup. Je suis avec le pilote qui vient de sortir. Vous avez eu chaud, a priori.
Effectivement, j'ai eu un peu chaud. En plus, j'ai le raccord pour boire qui s'est coincé dans le siège. Donc, dans la ligne droite, j'ai essayé de le tirer et au bout d'un moment, j'ai réussi. Donc, j'ai pu boire enfin, mais ça a été dur.
C'est pour ça que vous avez du coup fait ce changement aussi. C'était pour pouvoir vous soulager, réparer ce raccord d'eau?
Non, on était dans la stratégie. Alors, je ne sais pas combien de temps ça fait que je roule, mais on est dans la stratégie. On est dans la stratégie.
Très bien. Donc là, on est à environ 45 minutes, il me semble, de course. Vous allez reprendre la route d'ici quelques temps?
Là, il y a mon coéquipier Laurent qui va partir pour 40 minutes, techniquement. Et après, derrière, ça sera Alain encore pour 40 minutes. Et après, ça sera moi.
Très bien. Donc là, vous allez en profiter pour vous refroidir un petit peu, je suppose.
Oui, une bonne douche et un peu d'eau et une banane.
Très bien. Allez, bon courage. Merci beaucoup. Et voilà, on voit que les pilotes ont eu vraiment très très chaud. On les a vus sortir et en plus avec le problème d'eau, ça doit être fatal. Donc voilà, ils vont se reposer. Mais dans Chazelle, ils sont 3 pilotes. Donc ils vont pouvoir faire un relais un peu plus long. Voilà, Eric Bertrand, je vous renvoie l'antenne.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That is going to be a yellow flag and potentially full course there, because that is right on the outside of the left-hander. That is not a good place to park your car. That is another of the vortexes. That's number 20. Friedman at the wheel. Oh, that's going to be dizzy. Blimey, how many spins was that? 3, 4? And that is not coming out on its own. Our leader is in, Jean-Christophe David. There will be full course yellows in, how long? 45 seconds time they'll start. Full course yellow. It's an effective virtual safety car. What a perfect time for a pit stop for your leader, Jean-Christophe David, because he also have a minute of this. Sat stationary anyway. He's absolutely nailed that. I like the full course yellows. I think it's a lot better than a safety car. Full course yellows about to come into effect, so no more entries to the pits. Has anybody been clever and just got in? There's your full course yellow. Pit entry is closed on a full course yellow. You've just missed it, lads. And the pink Porsche there, Sébastien Loeb, one of only 4 cars yet to make a mandatory pit stop, and we're just edging towards 1 hour. Ligier, second on the road, first in the Porsche Cup category. It's a nice mix right now. It's top 4, UCS1 Porsche, UCS1 Porsche. So they roll down to a stroll. Sébastien Loeb leads by 1 minute after starting at the back of the grid. Made his way through to the front, courtesy of some overtaking, some mandatory pit stops of cars in front. Frederick Roy getting a second track limit infringement notice. So this full course yellow should end in a couple of minutes' time. That Vortex 20. Hang on, is that the? That's the one that was in the gravel. So they've dragged it out, put it back on the track, and it's got going again. So that is the 20, isn't it? That's the 22. It's not that one, it's another. You know, unless I'm being absolutely sleep-deprived stupid here. Full course yellows is going to end in 20 seconds time. It is, it's the 20, it is. Well, well, well. Congratulations. I imagine that car will get back into the pits. Because they're one of the cars yet to make a mandatory pit stop. It seems like a fairly sensible time to do that, doesn't it? Is that front right okay? Looks a little bit... So we're back under green flag racing. I'm just going to wait and see if this car comes into the pits. Feels like it's probably a good time to do so. Yes, it does. Yeah, no surprise really. But going again, that's a relief for the team, I'm sure. Unfortunately, they spent about 2 laps in the gravel, so they are 3 laps down now. but as you've seen in the first half an hour to an hour, what can happen? Right, up on the hydraulics, on the grass, out the grill. That front right tyre didn't look quite right to me. Scoop all that out. But there shouldn't be any, like, real damage. It was just 3 or 4 pirouettes. Didn't look like a blowout, did it? Get rid of the grass and the gravel. Get a bit of polish on it. Isn't that a wonderful car? What a bit of machinery. Right, let's try and work out where we are then. A couple of full course yellows. Several cars spending time where they don't want to in the gravel. Still no pit stop for Sébastien Loeb or the Fabio Loeb team Lamborghini. And I kind of feel like we're not going to see the 17 RR Racing by Racetivity championship leaders out on lap number 1. Round 3 here at Mugello. Qualified in 5th place. They are 23 laps down. Well, that was a car coming out of the garages, wasn't it? Olivier Gomez in 2nd place, but provisionally a little bit higher due to pit stops required for those ahead. That car 2nd in the championship, 1 last time out at Magny-Cours. And in comes Fabio Loeb, which means Sébastien Loeb, the purple Porsche, is your race leader on track. That's lapping Charpentier. So that just leaves, yeah, Sébastien Loeb, the last car to have at least 1 mandatory pit stop. And the lead is only, well, 10 seconds. So they still remain out. And it is Sébastien at the wheel of the Sébastien Loeb team. I don't think we've seen a refuel yet. You will get them in the next 10 minutes, I think. So what will happen is, they'll go down the pit lane or the pit entry, but before hitting the garages, they'll make a sharp turn to the right. They'll go round in a, let's just call it a roundabout, big one. Imagine a massive roundabout. They'll go round that, refueling spot in the centre, come back out to the pit lane, go past their garages, back out on track. They can't go into the pits then. You can't combine a refuel and the mandatory pit stop. They've got to be done separately. There's a dedicated area just before the garages on the right-hand side where they do that refueling. So although Sébastien Loeb leading, it is the M Racing team who is your net leader. They are 8 seconds back of Sébastien Loeb, but have a mandatory pit stop in hand. When are you going to come in, Sebastian? Can't be too long now. Is it pink or purple? depending on what your contrast setting is. This time maybe for Sébastien. No, carries on. Carries on. I think it was Guillaume Charpentier that did go into the pits though. That'll be I can't tell. That'll be very quick back-to-back mandatories if that's the case. I imagine that might be a refuel for them. Getting towards that 1 hour window. It's Benjamin Roy. He's had 2 track infringements or 2 track limits infringements so far. He is on best behavior.
Exactement, merci beaucoup. On est avec dans le box de la RR Racing. On a dû retirer la voiture un peu prématurément. Il y a une belle sortie de course là quand même qui a été effectuée tout à l'heure.
Oui, au premier tour, en bataille dans le peloton, le pilote a mis les 2 roues gauche dans un bac à gravier. Ça a raquetté, il a touché le mur de pneus. C'est réparable, mais c'est trop long pour le faire maintenant et on ne serait pas classé, on ne marquerait pas de points, alors il n'y a pas d'intérêt. On le fera tranquillement à l'atelier.
Ouais, je comprends, c'est vrai que c'est un peu compliqué, c'est toujours décevant quand on n'arrive pas à faire le premier tour. Là quand même, vous allez pouvoir vous affairer autour de la voiture.
Oui, surtout qu'on arrive ici en tête du championnat. Après, il reste encore 3 meetings, Spa, Navarre et Portimao. Alors on a le temps de se refaire.
Super, on attend avec plaisir de vous revoir à Spa et on espère que ça sera un peu plus chanceux cette fois-ci et pas de sortie de course. Merci beaucoup.
À Spa.
Merci beaucoup et voilà, on peut voir, je ne sais pas si tu vas avancer Étienne, mais on voit la voiture qui est quand même un petit peu abîmée, en tout cas aujourd'hui, avec cette sortie de course. Merci Bertrand et Eric, je vous rends la main.
And still we wait for Sébastien Loeb. And all the while, Jean-Christophe David edges closer and closer. And in fact, that might have been him just overtaken on the outside. We just missed it because we're concentrating on the car behind. And if we look up, we might see that Jean-Christophe David now has the lead on track, gross and net. And that is the case. Sébastien Loeb is now the time to come in. Because Jean-Christophe David is through. We just missed it as we were in the garages, but it was getting closer and closer over the last 3 or 4 laps. And then just coming up on the back of the fellow M Racing car, 36. So the 2 team cars, they are a lap apart. The car behind is leading the race, and the 36 in front of him, the fellow Ligier, is in 7th. So 7 places separated by a full lap of the course. And this time, surely, no, he stays out again. Sébastien just keeps going. Quite remarkable from Sébastien Loeb. They've got to get 5 pit stops and they've not done 1 yet, and we're a quarter of the way through the race. Maybe they're going to reload them, just do them all at the very end. Oh dear, it gets worse for Sébastien Loeb. 5-second penalty for a 4th infringement of track limits. And the teammate lets his leading car through on track. And maybe you can do another favour and keep at bay Sébastien Loeb just for a little while. Here goes the highlights then from the off. Sébastien Loeb, what a move down the middle of our front pairing. M Racing and Vortex didn't quite get the lead, but sat in second for some while. But the M Racing car of David and Muller pulled away. That eventually pull a lead of around about 45 seconds to a minute before we had the full course yellows. The Vortex of the Gomez brothers would get through, but in the background, our championship leader, whilst racing the front on lap number 1, crashed out. It didn't look awful to begin with, but it was terminal. They're out of the race. They're 27 laps down. They've not left the pits yet. Doesn't mean they won't, but this race can be absolutely scrubbed for them, unfortunately. Coming with high hopes after qualifying in 5th. Damage all round. Seems to be everywhere you look, there's gaffer tape and scratches and dents. Plenty also on the car of the 920. Bury, Lip and Roy. Chassin Technology Corso started on the back row of the grid alongside none other than Fabio, Bruno and Boulay. And however, they've done a great job to scythe through the field and get themselves back up somewhere near the top. Currently in 3rd position. They have held the top spot temporarily before the first set of pit stops took place. But leading the way in the car, 68 in the front there. Jean-Christophe David has put in an absolutely wonderful second stint for them. They were led off by the Malherbe brothers. And then, from really nowhere, one of our Vortex cars found itself in the gravel. It was Philippe Bonnell at the wheel of the 21. So we are 1/4 of the way into this race. However, we are still waiting for a Sébastien Loeb pit stop. He's in 2nd. Leads 3rd by around about a lap or so. But when's he going to stop? Nobody knows. More coming up very shortly. Round number 3 at MUGELLO, the Endurance GT Endurance Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. Welcome back. It happened. He pitted. Sébastien Loeb has pitted. Breaking news. And we're just waiting to see where he comes back out. We know to be a lap down. Other really good news, just during that short break, the number 21 back out on track, Philippe Bonnel, who had, well, no, hang on a second, he's gone through sector 1. Scratch that for a minute, scratch that for a minute. I was being very hopeful, just for a few seconds. Oh my good Lord. Well, it looked in a bit of a mess, to be honest, very early into this race. Now it's just getting worse. What is going on? We need to get a really close-up look at that Porsche. All the gaffer tape, all that hard work on the gaffer tape has become unstuck, quite literally. Oh no, it's getting worse. That gaffer tape came from the paint job, didn't it? You've got to buy the expensive stuff. It's no use, you get what you pay for. Sébastien Loeb is 30 seconds down on our leader, Jean-Christophe David. Oh, wait. I think his pit stop was just to refuel. There's no way he can be only 20 or 30 seconds down. It does say he's been into the pits once, but he's not had a mandatory. The plot thickens. Now the second Ligier of 36 has had 2 mandatory pit stops. They're well ahead. So eyes on Sébastien Loeb. So every car's been into the pits at least once, but he is the only one that's not actually had a driver change yet. Waiting ever so patiently in the 888, either Rivas Carlos, the Luxembourgian, that's how you say it, or Stefan Perrin. All 3 of those guys bronze drivers, so their driver penalty is fairly limited, 17 seconds. So pretty sizable gaps now between even our top 5. There's a lap between 1st and 5th. In fact, call that 1st and 4th, there's a lap between them. And through goes Leo Boulet in the Lamborghini, taking 4th place off Benjamin Roy in the Porsche. He would like to unlap himself, I'm sure. It's Leo Boulet, the silver driver. And he'll move straight up the inside. No challenge at all from Sébastien Loeb. And not surprising, really. Doesn't need to get into any danger. He's a lap ahead. It's not really any trouble at this stage. No point getting in a big fight. Here we go. This is the Chasseur Technology Corsa that was let's just say, losing bodywork, or on its way to losing bodywork. They have thankfully got a new front bumper. Is that brand? Doesn't look brand new, does it? But a different one at least. Or have they taken it off, fixed something and put it back on? Oh, more gaffer tape coming out. Right, double layers this time, boys. And where's your cable ties? Let's double up. We're going to be losing around about a lap now. Jean-Christophe David comes in from the lead. Is it mandatory? Is it a refuel? I would guess the latter, but I'll happily be proven wrong. So Seb Ligier, once again, leader on track. Now, it is 35 degrees in Mugello right now. I hope he's got a good air cooling system, otherwise he's going to be absolutely roasting. An hour and a quarter stint for turn 1. What are the odds? 50-50 comes in? Maybe less than that. He's clearly enjoying himself. And goes past again. I'd love to have known the tactics beforehand. So Seb Ligier leading the Porsche class as well as the overall. Laurent Roncaglia, the amateur driver at the wheel of the Porsche, just letting our Ligier Vortex work its way through. Olivier Gomez is now up to second on track. Jean-Christophe David pits for, it must be a mandatory, it's been far too long for a fuel stop, I'm going to say. So getting 2 in early. Jean-Christophe David and the Ligier 68 on its way out. Just checking to see if it's still David in the car. Fellow team car, the 21, still in the pit since lap number 11. Not quite as bad as the Porsche 17 RR racing car. Out on lap number 1, the championship leaders might not be at the end of round 3. Mugello halfway through the season. We do have a 6-week break this season before we come back for Spa-Francorchamps round 4 in September. In fact, it's 8-week break, not, I've been saying 6, it's 8 weeks, it's a full month off and then one. So no racing in August in the Ultimate Cup, but then we go September, October, November for rounds 4, 5 and 6. Navarra and Portimao are last 2 stops on the 2026 season series. So Jean-Christophe David did come into the pits for the refuel, and he's come to the pits again, so this one I imagine will be the changeover. And also Gomez comes in from 2nd place. Gives some clean air to Leo Boulet in the Lamborghini. Schumacher GP car. So that one is a driver changeover, 2nd time for them. So they are well on track. That's one every 40 minutes so far, about what we anticipated. I think I said 45 minutes. Sébastien Loeb is in the pits. And he's already refueled, so surely this is the stop now. Just checking the background for a purple Porsche. It might have been stopping at a garage before it gets there. Good idea, clean the windscreen. Bug remover. Their mandatory pit stop or balance penalty for 2 bronze drivers is going to be 17 seconds on top of the standard mandatory stop. Car number 36, Pierre-Olivier Calandini in the 2nd of our Ligier cars. For M Racing, 5-second penalty for a 4th infringement of track limits. Coming at turn 14, which is the penultimate corner. We didn't see Seb Lejeau team car in during that stop for our other 2, let's call them the pair of race leaders in Ana Gomez and Jean-Christophe David. So it won't be David now, it will be either, well, it must be Ivan Muller. Just a 2-car team, that one of the only 4 of the 12 cars are a 2-man team. So 2 pit stops, mandatories done for the Gomez brothers, 2 done for the Ligier M Racing team, car 68. In fact, both M Racing cars have done 2 pit stops, so they are well up on this. They're the only 3 to have completed 2 pit stops. In fact, Stefan Lipp in the Porsche 920 car at the Chazelle Technology course has also had 2 pit stops for mandatories, and just waiting for confirmation that this Seb Lejeau pit stop is a mandatory. It's got to be coming up to 1 hour 30. I'm starting to think if this does not come down to a mandatory, I'm starting to think something might be wrong on my screen here, because I just can't believe that he'd go 2 fuel stops and no mandatories an hour and a half into this race. That seems absolutely wild. Unless their tactic was, let's just build a massive lead which seems invincible, and then just do sort of like 3 pit stops in a row at the very end. So there is your leader on track. Not by any means when you factor in what they've got yet to come in terms of mandatory pit stops, but we can only say what we see. Other than that, it's Arnaud Gomez in second on track, 30 seconds behind Sebastian, then Leo Boulay in the Lamborghini, and they were just 1 second apart, 1.8 seconds apart. And we're going to lap back to Jean-Christophe David, who's had an additional pit stop to 2 of the cars in front of him. Three of the top 4 cars in the UCS1 categories. Only Sébastien Loeb in the Porsche, leading the Porsche Cup. And this time he does come down the actual garages before refueling. Well, 1 hour and 25 minutes in the car for Sébastien Loeb. What? Hang on a sec. Am I going crazy? He didn't, there was no driver change there. He just drove straight back out again. Guys, something fishy is going on. I don't understand. And there was no drive-through penalty due. Is time moving so fast that I didn't see a driver changeover or a stop there? Was I concentrating on something else? On he goes. It's an endurance race and he's an endurance driver. But that drive-through pit stop does pop him down to second now, behind Leo Boulay. So, Schumacher GP lead on track. It is tight at the front. Here comes Sébastien Loeb again. I don't know what to make of this anymore. Get to your garage, stop, or just brake and turn in. Turn in. Yes. Crikey. What a stint. It'll either be Carlos Rivas or Stefan Perrin that takes the wheel. And we've got a race at the front. Leo Boulay and Arnaud Gomez. Only 4.5 seconds between them. The advantage is with the Lamborghini Schumacher GP car. But they need more than a 4.5 second gap because they have made one less mandatory stop than the Gomez brothers. And this, I mean, we're not even halfway, but the way this is panning out at the moment does look fantastic for the Vortex team. They took the win at Magny-Cours last month. They were a non-classified finisher, although started well Le Castellet in round 1. That is a very, very slow-moving Ligier at the hands of Pierre-Olivier Calandini. I don't like that at all. Something does not look or sound right. Where's the flat tyre? Sounds like a flat, doesn't it? That sort of rumble. Oh, he's like safety car pace. This isn't good. There's something knocking around in there, isn't there? He's slowly making his way 3 more turns and he'll be able to get into the pits. If we can get a clear view, they look okay. Other side, let's have a little look. He's picking up speed again? Not enough, no. Right, I'm sure we'll see this one dive right in a moment. Yeah, go and get that looked at. That's a shame, one of the M Racing cars. The other's still going well. In fact, his team car has just set a purple sector in sector 1. Don't often see many of those an hour and a half into a race. It's the Lamborghini that's got the best lap so far, 1:52.8. Right. Well, one of the jacks isn't quite working either, the hydraulics. They got half a car up. Getting all the padding out, getting the next driver's body shape padding in. I didn't see a puncture in any of those 4 tyres as we were coming in. Serving their mandatory, which as a bronze-gold pairing is pretty hefty, to be honest. 48 seconds per mandatory pit stop, so 5 times they have to burn up 48 seconds. It does seem like an age, doesn't it? Utterly painful. Top 3 cars, all in the UCS1 and a pair of Porsches. UCS1 Vortex and 2 more Porsches, so fairly even split, to be honest, through the entire field. Now, just an odd notice that I can see on my second screen. The Sébastien Loeb car, although it's Stefan Perrin at the wheel now, when it comes to their mandatory pit stops, it still says they've taken none, but there's an asterisk next to that. I'm going to try and find out why that wouldn't say one mandatory pit stop done for them. Clearly change a driver. There's your leader, Loeb at the wheel, silver driver. "12-second lead, which isn't really, I mean, it puts them in net second place. They've had one more mandatory pit stop, or they've got to serve one more than the Gomez brothers behind, who have had two. They've just had the one in the Schumacher GP car, and maybe this is the second one. Just think that was going into the pit stop, wasn't it? Looked like it. Yes, it is. So I imagine that will be their second mandatory. Yep, because they haven't gone to refueling. If you see the car dive right before the garages, that's where they go to the refuel area. They'll come back down the pit straight and straight back out again. Driver waiting. There we go. So waiting in the wings. That'll either be Bruno Malherbe or Fabien Malherbe, one of the pair. Pats on the back for Loeb. Now this car, one of only 4 to have completed both races so far this season. The others are the RR Racing number 17 car, which is, I'm going to say, out of the year. It's gone on, retired next to it now. That is not coming back out on track. So that will be down to if... There might only be 2 or 3 cars that completed all 3 races by the end of this race, is what I'm trying to say, because one of the 4 will not finish race 3. The 82 car, Anthony Plessis, Charpentier, and the Locker Racing car, the Porsche, that has come 3rd and 5th. They're 3rd in the championship at the moment. This is all going to change, isn't it? It's going to be a huge shake-up at the halfway stage of the season. And the only other car to complete all 2 races in their entirety is the Chazelle Technology number 93, which is not here this weekend. So we are down to potentially only 2 cars having to complete all 3 races. If those that are still going keep on going. There is your leader, and now legitimate leader as well, because they've served equally the most mandatory pit stops, and they have a lead on track too. And the lead is going to be about 30 seconds, I'm going to say, because Elijah, as it was coming out the pit lane, the vortex was halfway around the course, there or thereabouts. So there are 10 cars remaining on course of our 12 starters. And other than number 36, our second Ligier is in 9th place. They have had 3 mandatories, but they are, if I just tell you, ironically coming in at the same time, they are from 1st down to 10th. There is 8 laps between those cars. Sitting at the back is currently Sébastien Loeb in the 920 Porsche, the Chazelle Technology course car. 8 laps down. In front of the Ligier, 6 laps down. That's the 36. Just get a notification. Ivan Muller in the 68, the other M Racing car. Just got a second track limit infringement. You're allowed 3, then you start getting 5-second penalties. So can confirm now, just over 1 minute between our front 2 cars. And if we go back to Magny-Cours, round 2, the Gomez brothers won that race. Again, there was 12 starters, but just 8 finishers in France. They won that race by just over 1 lap, so about 2 minutes. So these are not unexpected gaps in endurance racing. If you've watched any endurance racing before, you know all this. There's the new set of tape holding on the front of Sébastien Loeb's bonnet and bumper. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. There's been very few incidents in the last hour, hasn't there? All seem to happen quite early on. Lap number 1, we lost our championship leader. Lap number 11, we lost one of our Vortex cars, the 21, which I thought might come back onto the track, because it seemed to drive itself back to the garages, but alas, we have not seen it since. There's the sister car, the 20, running in 8th. And since then, we've gone about 35 laps without much drama. Every car has now had at least 2 mandatory pit stops, except, surprise, surprise, the Seb Ligier car.
Jean-Christophe David de MC Racing, voiture 68. Merci beaucoup, oui, je suis avec, dans les stands de la MC Racing avec Jean-Christophe David qui était sur le premier relais de la voiture 68 qui est du coup en seconde position. Comment vous êtes senti sur ce premier relais et comment vous allez gérer la stratégie là, sur les relais à venir?
On est parti en pôle et l'objectif c'était de creuser l'écart dès le début. Ce qui a pu être fait, c'est assez confortable en fait d'être devant et puis on avait des pneus frais. Ça c'est un relais qui s'est bien passé, pas de bêtises et puis j'ai pu creuser un peu l'écart pour me mettre à l'abri. Voilà, et puis essayer d'être constant dans l'effort. Bon, je pense que tout le monde vit des dégradations de pneus là, donc évidemment il fallait être vigilant avec ça. La voiture devenait, à partir d'une demi-heure de course, la voiture devenait assez joueuse. Voilà, et puis non, bon, pour l'instant tout se passe bien. Alors évidemment on a un petit peu plus de pénalités au jeu des changements de pilote. Donc j'espère qu'on va être capable de compenser ça. Voilà.
Oui, merci, parce que j'étais avec Vortex tout à l'heure, ils nous ont dit qu'effectivement ils allaient s'appuyer sur vos pénalités en arrêt pour pouvoir jouer sur la stratégie. Donc vous n'êtes que 2 pilotes aussi sur la voiture, d'un point de vue physique ça demande un peu plus d'effort aussi.
Oui, il faut gérer son effort, enfin, faut boire beaucoup d'eau, voilà. Il faut bien respirer, comme d'habitude, voilà. Essayer d'être zen derrière le volant, de gérer sa fatigue, les petites alertes, quand on commence à faire des petites imprécisions, on se dit tiens voilà j'ai un petit pic de fatigue, etc. Donc bon, après on a une gourde, on peut s'hydrater un peu dans la voiture et puis voilà, c'est le job.
Très bien, écoutez, merci beaucoup. Je vous souhaite une bonne continuation sur la course et puis on va voir si vous allez réussir à remonter derrière la voiture de Vortex. Merci beaucoup. Et voilà, vous voyez, toutes les équipes sont absolument concentrées sur la stratégie pour gérer ces conditions, pour gérer la condition physique et pour réussir au fur et à mesure à gagner des points. Et vous l'avez vu, la stratégie d'arrêt pneu est quand même extrêmement importante. Ça a un gros impact sur la stratégie, donc à voir pour la suite. Je vous laisse la main, Bertrand et Eric.
One hour, 45 minutes in. The Gomez brothers looking for back-to-back wins between rounds 2 and 3 of the Endurance GT Endurance Cup. On the chase, we've just heard from Jean-Christophe David, his teammate Ivan Muller, currently in the car 68 on the chase. And it's a big chase. It's a 49-second deficit to the Vortex car. Not insurmountable, not even halfway yet, not far off. Stéphane Perrin and the Sablejot car holding off Anthony Plessis. They're on different laps. He's a lap behind Plessis in the 82 silver Porsche. Incredibly finely matched, these two cars, of course. And right now they are, although a lap between them, and third and fifth in the overall. They are 1 and 2 in the Porsche Cup as well. So if you missed that bit this morning of the 12 cars that started, 6 of them in the Porsche Cup, 6 of them in the UCS one, which keeps things nice and tight for us as commentary. The last couple of rounds we had UCS Light, UCS 4, we had UCS 3 as well. But none of the BMWs or Mercedes are here this weekend. Hopefully have them back for Spa. We'll look into the garages. There's our 920, last on track at the moment. Stefan Loeb at the wheel. After 920, Chazelle Tomon-Gicor's car. .37 seconds at the front. It's coming down. Was 49, down to 37. Anthony Plessis pits for Loca Racing from 5th position and 2nd in Porsche. We spent a bit too much time behind Stéphane Perrin. I thought, now's the time, I'm losing
oui,
seconds
merci beaucoup.
here.
J'étais avec l'équipe de Seb Lajou Racing qui est en 3e position là, sur cette coupe d'endurance. Donc là, ils sont très concentrés. Ils ne voulaient même pas nous dévoiler la stratégie. Je pense qu'ils sont vraiment très concentrés pour pour remonter en 2e position. Donc là, on peut les voir. Ils sont concentrés sur les datas. Ils suivent vraiment tout. Voilà, je pense que vous allez pouvoir le voir à la caméra. Donc c'est assez excitant là. Merci à tous.
What a great view of a pit stop. Got to love a drone, haven't you? Underway. Absolutely love me. Give me more of those shots. Big fan. Mind the bridge. Back out on track. Still in last plumb position. I say last, 10th on track, 12 starters. One definite retirement for the RR Racing by Racetivity car. There is clearly some hope somewhere that the Vortex 21 car can make the way out, because they've not officially retired yet. And either they get back out on track and maybe another car doesn't finish, and there's still some important points to be had, not just for the car, but for the team too. – That Sébastien car, much like the Gomez car, really only 2 rounds in, but up and down season. 1 win, 1 non-classified. Won the first race. It didn't finish race 2 at Magny Court. They were not too far. Oh, that was it. It was, oh yeah, it was not far in at all. Lap 5, where they pulled up. They were the first car to go out, sadly. The 21 Vortex also pulled out on lap 11. And the 36. That's going to be 2 races in a row for the 21, unless they get going again. It's looking less and less likely. So we are knocking on the door halfway. And Stefan Perrin does the move on the back sitter Fabien Boeri, who is now that car, not him, of course. That car is now 9 laps down of the leading car, Ana Gomez. And the lead at the front is down to 23 seconds. And it's coming down by, well, roughly the last lap, actually, Ana Gomez was 5 seconds slower. Ivan Muller put an absolute blistering one. So that is a big chart. I don't think they've all been that size out. That's a refuel. First example we've seen. So you go around that little roundabout to get your refuel in, turn left behind the gate, they'll pop out again the other side, come back down the pit straight. So that is our refueling area. First time we've seen it cleanly. Ah, this is absolutely wonderful. So on the right hand side there, see the gap in the fence that he came through. Round to the refueling truck, there's 8 stations, which is generous for this race with only 10 cars in it. But when you get 35 cars in tomorrow's Prototype Cup race, you'll see why. It can get very busy. So they'll refuel around about 100 litres or so. And that will give them, I mean, it varies, of course, how you're driving, whether you have safety car conditions or your engine make and model, but we reckon about an hour and a bit. So one more refuel should do it for the Chazal Technology course car. And a nice fade out to Gomez. And the gap on that was 6 seconds between Muller and Gomez. That is really coming down. Down to 11 seconds, the lead now. It was, the highest I saw it was 49 seconds, now down to 11. So the Ligier is tearing it round Mugello. As we approach the halfway stage, I don't think it's long until we'll have a new leader. The Vortex has led for some time. Ana Gomez has been at the wheel, and on the straights now, he will see in his rearview mirror, if he chooses to look, the car of Ivan Muller. We are beyond halfway, less than 2 hours of 4 remaining. Look at that, strapped together with everything they could possibly find. And the gap is coming down and down and down. If we get a view of the pit straight now, and I'm not surprised to see Ana Gomez dive into the pits before Ivan Muller overtook him on track. So new leader, Ivan Muller, in the 68, the M Racing car, the Ligier JS2 RS, legitimate leader on track. Is that a refuel, or is it a mandatory pit stop for Ana Gomez? We didn't see what happened, where he went, straight down, or did he turn right? Replays then from the start. Sébastien Loeb got the best of the starts, but couldn't quite get past Jean-Christophe David in the 68 M Racing car. And it was an incredibly powerful start. In the background, though, championship leader, car number 17, RR Racing by Racetivity, crashing out on the opening lap. And that is going to be a real thorn in the side of their season. 8 weeks until round number 4, and we see them again. All that effort, all that payment, all that practice and qualifying, and it's gone in lap number 1. Terrible to see for the spectators. In the 22, the brothers, Fabian and Ana Gomez, have been absolutely fantastic so far today. They've just relinquished the lead after a pit stop 2 hours in. Both they and Ivan Muller and Jean-Christophe David in the Ligier, they are dominating this race. They've both had 2 of their 5 mandatories. That was us seeing the number 21 Vortex coming off, led by Philippe Bonnell at the time. And they will crash out of 2 races in a row, MUGELLO and back at Magny-Cours. So it's all about the Ligier and the Vortex at the moment. Leading the Porsche Cup, Stéphane Perrin and Sébastien Loeb were leaders for some while. However, took a long, long time to get their first mandatory in, which really played with the stats somewhat until we got some actual pit stops and refuels being done. There was another slide into the pits. That was for another Vortexes which got going again. But there is the leading of the 3 sister Vortex team cars. That is the one that has been really dominant. A few more highlights and we'll come back for our second half of racing. Round number 3 at MUGELLO of the Kennel GT Endurance Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. We are well beyond halfway. Round number 3, MUGELLO of the Ultimate Cup Series Kennel GT Endurance Cup weekend. And before we went to our halfway 5-minute break, Olivier Gomez, who was in 3rd place, is down to 4th. Loeb in 3rd. Stéphane Perrin in the Seblazo car into 2nd. However, the Gomez brothers, of course, pitted just as we went to that break. They were leading. Yvan Muller was chasing very hard indeed. They've had one more mandatory pit stop. And now with some clean air, where are they on track? Yeah, plenty of clean air. They can start to make a move. But as has our leader, Yvan Muller. And we're going to get an update on the lead in a moment. It's going to be over 1 lap, I think. Yes, it's going to be 1 lap and a bit, because Stéphane Perrin is just coming around to turn number 13 of this 15-turn track, as we see Yvan Muller go over the start-finish line. Another 10 seconds or less and you'll see Stéphane Perrin come into the background. So the lead is about 3.5 minutes at the minute. At the moment is much better English language to use there. So make no mistake at all, this is sizable advantage. Look at this! Well, at the back of that, Bruno Malherbe in the 25. Trying to work out one of the Vortex 20 car. Are they racing each other? Got the 920 Porsche. Malherbe at the back. And none of them go in to the pit. So, yeah, the 920 Porsche is leading that train. Well, it was a train of 4. Just bring it up to speed. Anthony Plessis has got a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement. It's in the car 82, the local racing car, currently running in 5th position. Back to that little tussle going on. Also got the 94 in there, Lucas Sugliano. Then the 82 of Anthony Plessis, and the 20, as I thought, of Maxim Aronov. So none of those cars actually racing each other. They're quite spread out. There's almost, in fact, let me confirm, the 1, 2, there's almost a lap between every single car at the moment. 1 3/4 of a lap back from Yvan Muller to Stéphane Perrin. 1 to Gomez. Bruno Muller's on the same lap as Gomez, but then another to Plessis, another to Weyrich, another to Sugliano. Oh dear. That's not what we want to see. What is going on in here? What are they trying to get rid of? It's the 36 Ligier, isn't it? Yeah. Maybe they're just using the time wisely. There's smoke coming off the brake discs of our leader, Yvan Muller, who's coming to the pits and getting a refuel. This will not be one of his mandatory stops. And the sister car, his teammate, is having some engine problems. Back it goes, good as new. You'd never guess, would you? He's running in 9th at the moment. 2 laps ahead of 10th, 10th than last is Fabian Bueri in the 9:20. Can he go? Yes, he can. Off you go. Okay, I will. So it will. We won't going to see. Not going to see a positional change here until more pit stops. Because every single car, as I just mentioned, at least 1 lap either in front or behind the car either side of them. That's not going very fast, is it? That doesn't look good at all. We've just seen it in the garage with its rear end off. Is it picking up speed now? Was it just being cautious? Doesn't look right, does it? I'll check some sector times in a moment. No, 58 seconds for sector 1. It should be more like 40. Let's just check on sector 2. Maybe that was just being careful. Sector 2 should be around about 40 seconds again. Right, we're going to find out now. Sector time is 37. Okay, 3 seconds down on the quickest, but that's all right. So maybe we're okay, just getting back up to speed. I do like how they're dragged out.
Exactement, merci beaucoup. Je voulais juste vous montrer donc à la caméra les déchets de pneus qui étaient dans les radiateurs et c'est pour ça que l'arrêt a pris un peu plus de temps. Alors voilà, vraiment c'est assez énorme ce qui a été sorti. Voilà, je voulais vous montrer parce que c'est pour ça que l'arrêt a duré un peu plus de temps. Donc l'équipe est vraiment concentrée et c'est vrai que quand on les a vus sortir tout ça, on comprend pourquoi les radiateurs surchauffaient un peu et pourquoi ils ont dû augmenter un peu le temps d'arrêt et sans doute qu'elle va beaucoup mieux marcher maintenant.
Something in the bin. Was that tape or was it? Wouldn't have been rubber shavings, I don't think, at this stage of the race. Maybe. Do you know what? The vortex from above, it's nothing like you could imagine it would when you see it from a slight angle, is it? That looks like a Le Mans car from above, but when you get down by the side, these 2 massive holes in it. Leader on track. Sébastien Loeb, or the Seb Loeb car, piloted at the moment by bronze driver Stéphane Perrin. They've had the lead about 4 or 5 times so far in this race, but they've never really had the lead, if you know what I mean. They are pit stops behind those chasing them. Ivan Muller's back in the pits in the 68, so he's just had a refuel. So maybe they're going back to back with the refuel and the driver changeover, which will put Jean-Christophe David back in the hot seat. Watching Anthony Plessis change to. Coming into the car will be Guillaume Charpentier. And there is our net leader. Not on track at the moment. That'll be Stefan Perrin for the time being. I'm still uncertain as to how many mandatory stops Seb Lejeau team has taken, because he's still got this asterisk next to there. I can see a column, how many pit stops they've made. I can see they've made 4 in total, but it doesn't tell me how many are mandatory. Every other team, we've got that information. It's a little odd. The 22 Vortex has Olivier Gomez back behind the wheel. 3 of their mandatories completed. And finally, it does seem like such a painfully long time to be sat stationary. Now, come back out in 3rd place, looking like at the moment. Oh, hello. Let's have a little Porsche battle. Oh, nicely done, nicely done. There's Guillaume Charpentier at the wheel of the 82. Another up ahead if he fancies it, with the 920 of Fabien Boeri. So let's see how the dust settles when all these cars get back out on track. Victor Weyrich in the 11. He's just jumped up into 4th place. Not feel like we've seen much of Luca Sugliano. Here he is in the 94. One of our 2 Chazelle technology cars. Bird's eye view of Bruno Malherbe. And is it just me, or is that doesn't seem to be going top speed? Maybe it is. We've got some cracking views this weekend. And this is quite a unique view of the lap. Almost going to get a full lap in here with Malherbe, running in 6th place. Schumacher GP team come into the weekend 5th in the championship. A Super Trofeo Evo 2 car. One of only potentially 2 teams to finish all of the first 3 races if they can carry on. Is this a change? Yes, in the left-hand lane. So you see there that you might have just spotted the cones on the floor. If they're on the left of the cones, they're going for a driver changeover. If they're right of the cones, they're going for a refuel. There's Olivier Gomez, second on track. 35 seconds clear of Jean-Christophe David, and Elijah in 3rd position. There is our Lamborghini. So Bruno Malherbe will make way, and we'll have either Fabio Malherbe or Leo Boulet. And they'll have let me think. So yeah, 2 more stops to make after this. There's a few cars, including the Vortex, the M Racing Ligier, the Racing Technology Porsche. They've all got just 2 more to make now. Leader on track, Stéphane Perrin. Leading by a lap and about 20 seconds. So let's call it 1 minute, 2 minutes 10. Possibly just 1 less pit stop than anybody else. Still a bit funny trying to work out. So that is this side of the cones. That is going to be a driver change. I wonder if we lose this asterisk. Stéphane Perrin will jump out the car. Be replaced by either, I've not seen Carlos Rivas yet. We've seen Sébastien Loeb, so I think we'll see the Luxembourger Carlos Rivas. Are they changing the driver? Maybe not. I looked away for a few seconds. I'm sure somebody didn't get out of that car. That's okay, mandatory stop. Another tick in the box. And they are going to still be, I believe, in the lead, because the 22 of Oliver Gomez has still got about a third of the lap to do before the start-finish straight. So maybe, due to this funny asterisk, and us not knowing really how many mandatory pit stops they've done, They may have done more than we thought. So they've definitely not done as many as Jean-Christophe David in the 68 DM Racing Ligier. But maybe they are timing this incredibly well. Right, okay. This is going to put a spanner amongst the... a spanner in the works. I nearly said a spanner amongst the chickens then. I was caught between two phrases at once. It's now gone down to requiring 4 out of 5 mandatory pit stops. So they have had... On the data in front of me, they've made 1 mandatory pit stop, which I refuse to believe is true. And I've got no reason for having that asterisk there. I've got no information. Every other team has had at least 3 mandatories, all with 2 remaining, apart from the 36 M Racing Ligier. They've already had 4 of theirs. We might not know until they cross the finish line. "70 laps completed for our leaders. So we're going to get towards 100. In the 6-hour race at Magny Cours, we had 119. Sébastien Loeb come in again. All right, this is interesting. So this is another mandatory, back-to-back mandatories maybe. Again, no driver changeover, so still Stefan Perrin. Or has he reported an issue in the car? Big move around the outside for Leo Boulet in the Lamborghini. That was on the 36 Ligier of Guillaume Mellard. Looking at Lucas Caglioni, just holding off the vortex of Olivier Gomez. So that does look to me like back-to-back mandatory stops, which is an interesting tactic. They're going to be down to at least 2nd place now, after coming in originally with a 2.5-minute lead. Back-to-back pit stops and back-to-back mandatories. Let's have a look there. Driver lineup is bronze, bronze, bronze on a 3-man team. So just 17 seconds per pit stop. They have to have a driver balance penalty. And I also think that Jean-Christophe David in the 68 M Racing car has got ahead of Stefan Perrin. Certainly on the telemetrics we have. Oh, that responder's moving like a snail, so I'm going to ignore that responder. No, I think Jean-Christophe David is ahead of Stefan Perrin. Just by a couple of corners. So there's your race leader now. Olivier Gomez back to the front. So this entire 2.5 hours so far been led by either the Vortex, the Porsche or the Ligier, nobody else has really been involved. These cars are quite a distance ahead. 9 laps now between 1st and 10th. And I think that Stéphane Perrin has come back into the bits for a 3rd lap in a row. What is going on? I have no idea. This time we do have a driver change. So it's either Sébastien Loeb or Carlos Rivas. We've not seen Rivas yet. And there is a minimum time that each driver must spend in the car and a maximum depending on their driver status. It's 3 consecutive mandatory pit stops for the Lamborghini racing car. And that will bring them level with all the cars around them, and it will give us, in reality, an actual order of things from the top. Jean-Christophe David in the M Racing 68 car has just gone through. There he is. He'll take up 2nd place. Will rejoin in 3rd, just in the background to your right. Here they come, up the hill, out the pits. Where are they? There he is. So after 3 consecutive pit stops, they're still only, what, 15 seconds behind 2nd place. And it is Carlos Rivas in the car. Now, each driver must have a minimum of 1 hour. So we know that Sébastien Loeb had the first 90 minutes. Stéphane Perrin's just probably had about an hour and a bit. So I imagine now Carlos Rivas will go to the very end. They do have to serve another mandatory. However, don't necessarily have to swap drivers. You need to sit there and wait. And the big story now, as things start to unfold towards our last hour, is that the Gomez brothers in the Vortex leading have a good lead of 2 laps. It's going to be 1 lap and something. Hang on, but they've got 1 more mandatory to serve than those chasing. Now, mandatory doesn't necessarily, a lap is 150 plus a bit more. And let me try and work out. So it's about 1.5 laps the difference. So 150 plus 55. So 2 minutes 45 is the difference from front to back, 1st and 2nd. 2 minutes 45 between 1 and 2. A pit stop. Gomez brothers, again, they're bronze and bronze, so they're going to lose only about 1.5 minutes or so from coming into getting back out again. We don't know much about the fuel, that's all. So I'm going to call it as Gomez brothers leading, and after their pit stop, still leading. And they're going for 2 race wins in a row. In that first race at Le Castellet, where they were a non-finisher, it was around about halfway, lap 54, where they exited the race. Race leader, leading out the number 11, Ligier of the number 11 Porsche of Victor Weyrich, and behind them is the sister car, the 36 of Guillaume Mellard. Oh, the Porsche goes through. Oh, actually, it's the 68 behind. They're so similar, aren't they? So, still the leading car, having some fun. Sorry, I got the two Ligiers the wrong way around there. Let's have a look at the lap times for our leading cars. There's Sector 1, Gomez, 39.53. Jean-Christophe David, Sector 1, 39.53. So Jean-Christophe David has got past the Porsche in the middle of the Ligiers, Victor Weyrich. It's now about half a lap between, well, 1.5 laps between the top 2 cars, so no change really. They are lapping almost identically, which is not what M Racing want to see. They want to see chunks being taken out every single lap, because just the one pit stop is not going to be enough to make a difference. The only thing we don't know is how much fuel is in each car. David goes through the back marker of another vortex. And I am delighted to say, I just had to double check myself before I said it. That is the 21 Ligier, which we've not seen for about 50 laps. So they rejoin it in 11th position, no surprise, and they are 46 laps down on the car in 10th, the Porsche of the 920 Chazelle car. And driver of car number 20, Friedman, has been given a penalty, drive-through, 6th infringement, 6th for track limits. not just 5 seconds added to a pit stop, a whole drive through. 6 times, come on. Millard untangling, getting out of the car. Quickest way to do it. Getting in. Be either, I imagine it'll be Olivier Pla, and he will have a lot of fun in that car. The only platinum driver in the entire driver lineup this weekend in the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. I mean, he's not going to make up any places, I don't believe. He's a whole lap down on 9th, another lap down, 2 laps down further on 8th. So this is just about setting lap times now. Time in the car for Olivier Pla. Now, on the last lap, David in second did pick up 4 seconds on Gomez, our leader. Car number 21. Oh, God. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. Julien Boileau, who's just come back out onto the track in the 21 Vortex, just been given a stop-and-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. Leo Boulet rolling around in 4th place now. So quietly getting their work done. Edging towards the last hour. Again, 4 seconds taken out of the lead by David over Gomez. And we're going to get maybe another... Let's work it out.
Exactement, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec Anthony Plessis, qui est pilote Lotta Racing. Donc Anthony, vous êtes en lice pour le podium dans votre catégorie.
On essaye, c'est difficile, mais on va essayer de le faire. Et avec cette chaleur, c'est encore plus dur, mais bon, on fait l'effort. On essaye d'être bien placé, c'est le principal.
Là, vous avez défini une stratégie par rapport à la température, la météo, ou c'était plus de gérer sur le temps long?
Non, on a géré sur le temps long, on a géré le relais d'avant, on a fait un relais plus long pour finir avec des relais un petit peu plus courts. Parce que comme on n'est pas tout jeune, on a besoin de se reposer un petit peu.
Je comprends, mais en tout cas, là, ça a commencé à se rafraîchir et vous repartez sur un nouveau relais?
Un petit relais de 12 tours, donc ça va, c'est bien.
Bon, c'est bien pour finir. Merci beaucoup d'avoir répondu à nos questions et merci pour la course. Et vous voyez Loca Racing qui du coup va pouvoir, a priori, pouvoir monter sur le podium dans sa catégorie. Donc on espère que la fin de la course va bien se passer pour eux. Merci Eric et merci Bertrand.
Six seconds taken out the lead by David over Gomez on lap number 79. That is the pace things are changing at. I make it, we're going to get another 26 or 27 laps in, is my guesstimate. And 20, let's call it 25 times 400 seconds, 1 minute 40 at this rate could be close. That is pretty much one lap. And there's one mandatory pit stop between the pair. So this at the moment, it could become very close by the end. Jean-Christophe David just making the move on Laurent Roncaglia, who is 3 laps further down, and the man in second. Carlos Rivas for Sébastien Loeb in the 888. They are leading the Porsche Cup right now. They are leading that by over a lap as well. Second place in the Porsche Cup, Clément Charpentier in the 82 for Loca Racing. And then the number 11 Porsche Racing Technology car, currently with Victor Veyrick at the wheel. Jean-Christophe David is having a great time, isn't he? Lapping, it's a bit hard to call them back markers. They're still competing for positions amongst themselves. But in reality, so far ahead and absolutely storming through. That car will have lapped some of these cars 6 or 7 times now. That is the difference between front and back after just coming up to 3 hours of racing. Clément Charpentier in 5th position, 3 laps down on our leader, 2 laps down on Jean-Christophe David, who just overtook him. That car there, 2nd in the Porsche Cup standings at the moment. And 2nd overall in the championship for the Porsche Cup as well. 3rd overall entirely. So a top 5 with more good points. There's still a quarter of this race to play for. A few more cars in the pits. Sébastien Loeb car, one of those with Carlos Rivas. He'll be staying in that car. I'd put money on that. He's got to spend a minimum of 1 hour at the wheel. That 4th pit stop in, what, 20 minutes for Loeb means Leo Boulet, the Lamborghini of the 25 Schumacher GP team, move into 3rd. It's all shaking into its final position towards that way now, with most teams just 1 or 2 pit stops remaining, plus any refueling. Now, our leading vortex in the pits of Olivier Gomez. And this will bring them level on mandatory pit stops with the chasing hard Jean-Christophe David and the M Racing 68. And now in reality, we'll get an actual difference between our top two cars. I imagine, and this is me doing maths in my head, it's going to be around about 30 seconds is going to be the lead, I think. Maybe less. So our top two cars, after 3 hours, are now going to be on the same lap. Jean-Christophe David just coming round turn number 12 of 15. But they have been lapping between 2 and 6 seconds quicker per lap as the Ligier. So this is a race to the finish line. They're both going to have to make one more mandatory. But other than that, it is being teed up nicely for a race to the finish line.
Oui, merci beaucoup Bertrand et Eric. Je suis avec Fabio de l'équipe Schumacher Racing Team. Vous êtes quand même bien placé là, à la fois pour remporter un podium dans votre catégorie et dans la course. Comment vous le sentez pour la fin de cette course?
Si vous voulez, l'idée, ça va être déjà de finir parce que ça a été 2 jours un peu compliqués quand même. Ça a été chaotique hier et ce matin pendant la qualif. Donc on va donner tout ce qu'on peut et surtout finir.
Ouais, bah après finir sur le podium, c'est quand même pas mal. Comment vous avez géré du coup la température là sur le circuit ces 2 derniers jours? Il a fait vraiment très chaud. C'était de la gestion de pneus tout le long de la course du coup?
La gestion de pneus et de la gestion corporelle de nous-mêmes. L'idée, ça a été quand même un peu de se préparer, etc. et de pas trop se réchauffer. Il y a les douches, c'est pas trop mal équipé et puis voilà quoi.
Oui, bah, j'ai vu, vous étiez torse nu quand je suis arrivée, donc je vois qu'on essaye de se rafraîchir. Vous allez refaire un autre relais ou pas là d'ici la fin de la course?
Normalement, je termine, ouais, les 20 dernières minutes.
Ok, très bien. Bah écoutez, bon rafraîchissement et puis on se retrouve pour la fin de la course. Merci Fabio.
Pas de souci, merci.
Et voilà, vous avez vu, on arrive à interroger tout le monde. Merci Eric et merci Bertrand.
One of our cars for tomorrow morning in the Prototype Cup. Now, I estimated 30 seconds was the advantage for Ana Gomez. It's 33. Wasn't too far away. And as well as our top two cars, it's only the Porsche 94, the Chassis Technology car, the only other one with just one pit stop remaining, one mandatory. Oh, it's down to 23 seconds. Oh my goodness. And the way Jean-Christophe David is driving, you wouldn't put it past him to be leading this within maybe 5 laps time. That is the difference in pace. There's the man doing the chasing, Jean-Christophe David in the M Racing Ligier car 68. In front of him, got the Sébastien car.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je voulais juste voilà, faire un point. C'est vrai qu'en ce moment, on voit que les pilotes commencent à fatiguer. On a vu que le physique, ça commence à vraiment tirer. Donc là, les relais sont de plus en plus courts d'ici la fin de la course. On voit que les pilotes s'enchaînent et se préparent. Vraiment, la préparation physique des pilotes aujourd'hui va être déterminante, je pense, vu les conditions météo sur le circuit à Mugello. Donc je pense qu'on va enchaîner les arrêts et on voit que les pilotes ça commence à tirer sur le physique. Donc voilà, c'était pour vous faire une petite impression depuis la pit lane sur les pilotes.
And that is the number 20 Ligier. It was Friedman at the wheel. Just missed if there was a changeover or not. We'll find out when he gets back out on track. Right, the gap was 23 seconds between our top two, and now it is 22.9. Not much change on lap 84. Okay, and as we enter the final quarter, the final hour of our race, that car at the front there on podium position number 1, the 68, the M Racing Ligier of Jean-Christophe David and Ivan Muller. Well, they're not leading right now, but they're making their way back towards the front. Sadly, lost our championship leading car on the opening lap. The number 17, RR Racing by Racetivity. Would have been Rigo de Sebes, Wyszynski and Lesenes. Second place last time out at Magny-Cours. They won't be improving on that by some 8 weeks until our next round at Spa. We did lose one of our vortexes, but about 50 laps later, they did make it back out onto the track, currently being piloted by Julien Boileau, down in 11th place, but they will be picking up some points. Another spin for a vortex a little bit later as well. Ana Gomez in another, the 22, that's the big one. They've been leading the way, either on track or net virtually for the entire race. And at the moment, they have a 23-second advantage over the Ligier of the M Racing 68 car. Leo Boulay in the Lamborghini has been quietly working his way around the track into third place. The 25 car is also joined by Bruno and Fabio Malerba in a 3-man team. Guillaume Charpentier currently leading the Porsche class in the 82 Loco Racing car with Anthony Plessis, his 2-man teammate. Some highlights to bring you until we go back to a very short break, and we'll come back for the last hour of round 3 of the Ultimate Cup Series Kennel GT Endurance Cup here at Mugello. This is your last 50 minutes of action for round 3 of the Kennel GT Endurance Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series weekend. Round number 3 at Mugello in the Tuscan countryside, just outside, not too far from Florence, here in Italy. And for the first time this weekend, there's a little bit of reprieve from the baking heat. Just gone ever so slightly overcast in the last 20 minutes or so. Ignore that, that's not one of our cars, that's for one of the prototypes for tomorrow. That's a lovely move by Jean-Christophe David on the Sébastien car, led by Carlos Rivas. That is not an overtake for position, he's already a lap ahead, but he does want some clean air. He's only 20 seconds behind our leader. Arnaud Gomez back at the wheel of the 22 Vortex team car. Carlos Rivas in that Sébastien car, leading the Porsche Cup. And there is one Porsche a lap behind them, or two, as Glenn Charpentier in the 82 Loco Racing. But more importantly, Jean-Francois Demorgue in the 11 for Racing Technology. They've done one more mandatory pit stop than the Sébastien team, and that could come into play in the last 45 minutes for sure. Just as a reference point, best lap of the race was a 150.28. That was set by Bruno Mullerba, and it was on lap number 5. So 85 laps ago. Plenty of cars today being held together by various instruments. Stefan Lipp at the wheel of the 920 Chassis Technology Porsche. Currently in 10th place, and as long as they finish, they'll can only be 10th. The car behind them, the 21 Vortex, with Philippe Bonnell, currently the amateur driver. They were off the track for about 45 laps. 18.75 seconds between our top pair. And that is the man leading, Arnaud Gomez, now going for 2 wins in a row. Out my way, I'm leading this race, he says to Stefan Lipp, who obliges and moves aside. There was a time about an hour ago where David in the 68M racing car was lapping about 5 seconds per lap quicker than either Gomez brother. That's changed now. It's only roughly 1.5 seconds per lap for the last few. Are they going to go back-to-back? No team has yet had 2 podiums, let alone 2 wins this season. Olivier Plat in the second M Racing team car, the 36. is getting very close to the fastest lap time. He's just set, he's on a 150.742. And this will be the last mandatory stop for 68M Racing Car. They are going for the win. This will be their final mandatory last driver change. Only time they might come in from here on is for a refuel if required, which is going to let, for the time being, Ana Gomez get away. He has to come in though at some point in the next 44 minutes. It's just gone 7 o'clock local time. There is our chasing car. For the remaining 44 minutes of this race, is going to be Elijah chasing our Vortex. That is going to be the story to close out round number 3 of the Endurance GT Endurance Cup. They count down the seconds of their driver balance penalty. Chazelle Technology team on Amazon right now ordering new rolls of tape for round number 4 at Spa. That's coming in September. We do not race in August. Have a month off for the summer. Come back for rounds 4, 5, 6 in September, October, November at Spa. And Navarra and Portimao to close out the season.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec Jean-Christophe David qui était sur son dernier relais avec MC Racing. Comment ça s'est passé ce dernier relais? Vous avez 20 secondes de retard, c'est ça, sur la voiture de tête?
Ouais, je ne sais pas exactement parce qu'on a un petit problème de communication, donc je ne sais pas quoi vous dire au niveau du temps. Je me suis bataillé, tout de même, j'ai rien lâché, j'ai suivi les consignes. Voilà, pas d'erreur, tout s'est bien passé. Après, voilà, au gré des changements de pneus, la voiture évolue un peu, la piste aussi. Là, ça se refroidit peut-être un peu. Voilà, mais ça va. Bon, j'espère qu'Yvan va être encore meilleur et voilà, et qu'on va jouer la gagne. Je sais pas où on en est là. J'ai pas eu le temps d'aller voir j'ai pas eu le temps d'aller voir le classement.
Vous êtes deuxième là, derrière la Vortex.
Les pénalités là, c'est très dur pour nous, quoi. Voilà, donc on a fait une course sans erreur, mais malheureusement au jeu des pénalités là pour l'instant ça le fait pas. Donc on va voir.
Mais je crois qu'eux, il leur reste encore un arrêt, donc peut-être que vous allez pouvoir aussi analyser par rapport à ça. Là, on voit que la température a vraiment baissé, mais par contre, il y a un peu plus de vent. Est-ce que vous le ressentez sur la piste?
De temps en temps, on sent un petit écart dans les droites éventuellement. Il y a un orage qui se prépare au loin, là. J'ai vu des éclairs là, quand j'étais en piste, là, avant le T15. C'est toujours marrant, c'est toujours sympa. Après ça, il y avait un arc-en-ciel, c'est joli.
Ah bah c'est sympa, ça a l'air d'être très sympa sur la piste. Il n'y a pas de piscine, mais en tout cas, il y a des super événements météo. Merci beaucoup Jean-Christophe. Je vous laisse aller vous reposer et puis aller regarder le dernier relais de votre coéquipier.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
She is getting around today. It's absolutely brilliant. Spoken to most of the drivers or team managers. Right, so our chase is going to be on shortly. Although I'm a little bit concerned that Jean-Christophe David is still in the pits. He's been in there absolutely ages. And it feels a lot longer than necessary. And I don't like it because this was lining up to be a great last stint of this session, or last stint of this round. Got a yellow flag at turn 2. And something has gone terribly wrong for the Ligier car, the 68, Jean-Christophe David, of course, racing with Ivan Muller, because they're now 3 laps down. As far as I can tell, their car's still in the pit lane. And we have been absolutely stolen of a cracking finish. What an absolute disaster. I mean, they're still in second at the moment. They won't be for long, because Carlos Rivas and Anthony Passy will come round, both come round to overtake the Ligier shortly, the M Racing team. That's the second M Racing car. Olivier Platt at the wheel. Having a good go up the inside, and then the outside. Carlos Rivas gets it done. They're not fighting for position. The 36 is let's have a look. 4 laps down on the purple Porsche. Right, some good news. That is not the good news, by the way. The good news is that Jean-Christophe David is out of the pits. That was an almighty long stop, though. That could be their race absolutely scuppered, I think. I mean, their race for first place. They'll still be very keen on picking up second. Have to wait and see when they come over the start-finish line next time round. But that, unfortunately, is one of our vortexes. The number 20, stranded, Dorian Chaboso at the wheel of the Vortex team. Thankfully, he's managed to park it about 20 yards from a entry point for the marshals and the recovery team. So there will be full course yellows coming into play, which is effectively your virtual safety car. Which might play into the hands slightly of the M Racing team, although they've all got to travel at pretty much the same speeds at this point. So they won't bring that telehandler out to pick up the Vortex until it's completely safe to do so, and the full course yellows come into effect, which they do in 7 seconds. There we go, full course yellows in play. What may have happened whilst we were at that interview? Oh no, it can't be. I'm gonna think of a reason for the long pit stop. You might have missed it just going round for a refuel first time round. But looking at the data, it doesn't seem to be the case. Here's what happened then to our number 20. Just lost the back end, couldn't quite recover it, went for a spin. Right, who's going to be a little bit naughty and just go slightly over the speed limit, pick up some pace? Right, well, going to be a very short-lived full course yellow because it's going to stop in 20 seconds' time. And that might be a very, very wise refuel for Ana Gomez, who spent, I think, the entire refuel under full course yellows, which would have won him about probably 20 seconds. Very, very clever, maybe very lucky. Either way, over the course of 4 hours, you need a little bit of luck. Olivier Platt, Ed Rivas, Platinum driver ahead of the bronze. 3 laps apart of each other, racing on track just for fun. So there is our chaser. However, he's a fair chunk back, and we're talking, let me try and work this one out. That's the 22, that's the 68 on the map. Oh, he's 1 3/4 laps down, and although the Gomez brothers have got 1 more mandatory to make, they're not going to lose. I'm going to say they're not going to lose, but was that Ivan Muller and Jean-Christophe David managed to lose too much time, or not that amount of time. Anything can happen, is they can bridge that gap. It's going to be around about 2 minutes need to make up over the last half an hour. Looks unlikely, doesn't it? Looking pretty good for the Gomez brothers, making it 2 out of 2. Back-to-back wins at Magny-Cours and Mugello. Great way to go into the summer break. So of all the vortexes, it's generally been the brothers, the owners of the team car, that has been performing they're going to be, if they finish this race, one of just 2 cars to have completed the 3 races so far in the series, and that gives you such a huge advantage. The others will be the Malherbe brothers, along with Leo Boulet in the number 25. They're 5th in the championship, courtesy of their consistency. Another 5th place finish will give them around about 12 points. Got the points here somewhere. 15 points. But this, if it continues to be a win, will put the Gomez brothers in a very strong position at the top of the championship at the halfway mark. into our last 30 minutes. Ivan Müller is tearing around the track in the 68M Racing Ligier. 6 seconds per lap quicker than that car there, Ana Gomez's Vortex. They do lead by around about 3 minutes, but at that pace, like 13 laps remaining, that's around about a minute he can pick up just on track at this pace. And they've still got one more mandatory stop to come. This might be a lot closer than anybody was thinking.
Exactement, oui, je viens de voir avec le deuxième pilote de la 22 qui va du coup faire un arrêt. Donc là, tout le monde s'excitait là dans le box Vortex parce qu'on a l'avant qui est en train de ressortir après des réparations express qu'on a vu là, ils y allaient même au coup de pied, donc je ne sais pas exactement ce qu'ils faisaient, mais la voiture a été bougée. Et sur la 22, il y a un arrêt qui arrive, je pense qu'il va pouvoir être décompté, mais donc du coup ça va avoir tout un impact sur la course avec le relais et avec la deuxième position, donc la 68. Voilà.
Ivan Müller actually just set a purple sector in sector 2, which I don't think we've seen a purple sector for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. So fresh tyres it must be on the M Racing Ligier car. We're going to count down all the way. Let's not forget, leading the Porsche category at the moment is Carlos Rivas in the Sébastien car. Behind him, Anthony Plessis in the 82 Loca Racing. There's only 36 seconds between them. They've both technically got, I don't believe this is true now, 2 mandatory stops to complete, but we've got asterisks next to that number, and I've not got what an asterisk means in the data. Ivan Müller, can he keep up the pace? Can Arnold Gomez keep him at bay? He seems a long way behind now. He won't be after that pit stop. And we're working on the assumption that both cars are fueled to the end of this race. If that is not the case, that changes it all entirely again. On the last lap, it was another 6 seconds taken out the lead. In distance terms, Müller has picked up about a third of a lap over the last 4 or 5 laps. But he's still 1.5, maybe 1 1/3 behind the leader. Let's not forget, as well as the overall, we got the UCS one and the Porsche. Here comes in, that is your leader, Ana Gomez. For the final time, they will make a pit stop and go into the garage. Will they change driver? Yes, they will. There is a change, the last one. And Arnold Gomez will, for the final time this weekend, jump in the car. He's got a job on his hands. His brother assists him, getting in, comfortable, seated, strapped in. Great view again from above on our drone. Change of wheels, I doubt they'll be fresh. I imagine they'll be partly used. But they'll put on the best they've got for the last 25 minutes. And now the weight. Ivan Muller has gone through. He's about a third of the way around the track, so it's still going to be at least half a lap to make up over the last 25 minutes. It should be absolutely plenty for the Gomez brothers to go back-to-back in wins in the Ultimate Cup Series Kennel GT Endurance Cup. This should confirm it. They should be absolutely fine. There's going to be maybe 10, 11 more laps, maybe as many as 12, and let's say a maximum of 5 seconds per lap put in on Olivier Gomez. Let's see if Ivan Muller maintains the current pace he's at. That gives them 50 seconds. That's about half a lap. I think it's going to be just too much. Another phenomenal performance by the Gomez brothers. There's almost exactly half a lap between our top two cars. Let's see what happens then. Leading the Porsche Cup, Carlos Rivas in third place overall for Seb Lejeau.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis avec Arnaud Gomez qui vient de sortir de la Vortex qui était en tête du circuit. Là, on a vu que Yvan Muller est repassé devant. Est-ce que vous avez pu regarder par rapport aux pénalités? Il n'est pas encore devant? Non. Ah oui, bah, effectivement. Ouais. Donc là, vous allez devoir garder la tête de course jusqu'au bout. Vous avez fait un super relais. C'est votre frère qui vient de prendre la suite. Qu'est-ce que vous avez qu'est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire par rapport à ce dernier relais que vous avez fait?
Alors, là, le dernier relais, il n'y avait plus de calcul à avoir. C'était à fond tout le temps. Malheureusement, on a été obligé de gérer un petit peu la chauffe moteur. Et c'est un début de course un peu lent, mais c'était obligé de passer par là. On a un déficit moteur depuis le début du week-end, on ne sait pas où il est. En Spa, on aura une tout neuf, ça va aller, mais là on a géré, ça se passe pas trop mal. J'espère qu'Olivier va faire le job jusqu'au bout. Et si ça suffit, ben, tant mieux. Si ça ne suffit pas, bravo à Ligier, à Muller et à...
Oui, merci beaucoup. Alors, vous dites que vous avez un déficit moteur, mais elle a l'air de quand même bien fonctionner. Vous avez gardé quand même la tête de la course depuis le début, quoi.
Oui. L'avantage avec mon frère, c'est qu'on est homogène, donc on roule exactement pareil. On a 0 pénalité. Et c'est ce qui a fait notre force, parce que la perfo pure, on n'était pas génial ce week-end. Si on regarde les chronos l'année dernière, on est 2 secondes moins vite, mais bon, c'est comme ça, il faut faire avec. Ça ira beaucoup mieux à Spa niveau moteur. Et après, l'auto, elle a ses qualités dans tous les virages rapides. Donc on comble le déficit moteur dans les virages rapides.
Et du coup, vous dites qu'à Spa, le moteur, vous allez pouvoir travailler dessus et donc l'améliorer ou en tout cas trouver la solution, vous espérez?
Ah oui, on va changer le moteur. Là, il n'y a pas d'autre solution. Ça fait deux courses qu'on le traîne. On a gagné à Manicourt, mais parce qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'abandon, mais sinon on n'était pas les plus vite. Et là, on est à nouveau pas les plus vite. On fait une course parfaite au stand et sur la piste, mais avec les moyens qu'on a, donc c'était un peu trop limite et ça ne le fera pas toute l'année, et surtout à Spa où il y a beaucoup besoin de moteurs.
Très bien, mais merci beaucoup. En tout cas, c'est une belle course et j'espère qu'elle va bien se finir pour vous. Et puis on se retrouve peut-être sur le podium alors.
Ouais, j'espère aussi, 1 ou 2. 1, ça serait top. 2, ça sera félicitations aux autres, et puis on reviendra plus fort.
Très bien, merci beaucoup et à bientôt à Spa, Arnaud. Je vous laisse.
Right, race on. One sector. 45 seconds between Olivier Gomez and Yvan Muller. Muller lapping about 5 seconds quicker. And with, let's say, 10 laps to go, maybe 11. This is going to be a close finish. There is, the chase is on. The chase is on. We've got a real race here. Don't go anywhere. After 4 hours, it's going to come down to potentially the last couple of laps. Yvan Muller, the gold driver for M Racing 68. Olivier Gomez, the bronze driver for the Vortex. Gold driver is doing the chasing. We are making one assumption, that they both fueled to the end. Because that would put an end to it if either of them are not. It's down to 40 seconds. Another 5-second chunk taking out the lead time. At 5 seconds a lap, this comes down to the penultimate lap in my maths. Willem Charpentier makes their final pit stop in the 82 Loca Racing team. Currently sitting in 4th overall, 2nd in the Porsche Cup. Both of these garages are going to be on the edge of their seats. They're both in the UCS1 category. Regardless, they're both getting massive points. But we race to win, really, don't we? That's a better lap from Olivier Gomez, 1:55. Over a second quicker than his previous lap time. 1 second. It's going to make the difference between first and second. What Ivan Muller doesn't want is traffic. Carlos Rivas is currently in 3rd place overall. They are not racing on track. There's plenty of laps between them. He'll take a little tow, though. Yes, please. The gap is down to 36. He's got to get through. He does. That would have been a real pain to get stuck behind Carlos Rivas. You won't be able to see him yet, not for a few laps at least. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 corners up the track. It looks nailed on now that Seb Lejeau will definitely take the win in the Porsche Cup. And a 3rd overall there, 2 laps up on 4th place. And it doesn't look like they've got any more pit stops to make. I'm guessing these 2 asterisks mean the 2 remaining were actually taken. I may be proven wrong, and the Porsche Cup might be thrown into some disarray in the last 15 minutes. Oh, this is coming down again. I'm just looking at the map I've got with the responders on. Ivan Muller's getting closer. It's well under a sector now. So what were we down to? We were down to 40, weren't we? From 50 to 45 to 40. Gomez is putting another good lap time, 1:54.96. Ivan Muller behind him. Goes 1:51, it's down to 32 seconds. Oh, from 50 to 32. Oh, what a great finish we've got. That's Frederick Roy in the 920 Porsche, just going up the inside. Several laps behind Alain Jacquinot. There's no point in trying to hold him off. He's well up the road in terms of position in the leaderboard. Oliver Gomez just coming up behind a little bit of traffic in the form of Philippe Paulette. He probably won't be aware of what's happening, just be racing his race. And Olivier Gomez is going to be losing a little bit of time behind the car of the number 11 Racing Technology Palette at the wheel. And Olivier Gomez has got past. I know you can't see it, but he has got past. There he is right there. He was stuck behind Philippe Paulette in the silver Mercedes for about just over a sector. Okay, it was 32 seconds. Here comes Ivan Muller over the start-finish line. It's 28. All right. I'm going to edge more in the favour of Olivier Gomez now. There's only 4 seconds between them on the last lap. And we're going to get, let's say, 6 more laps in, 4 seconds. That's 24 seconds. 28 to chase. They're going to see each other at the end of this race, if not before. Ivan Muller is going to have Olivier Gomez in his vision, and that might just entice him a little bit more. Let's not forget, the car 68, David Potoko and Muller, is 15th place in race 1, didn't take part in race 2 at Magny-Cours. This is what the car's capable of, especially at the hands of a gold driver like Ivan Muller. And now Muller's got traffic. It's a Vortex teammate of Olivier Gomez. Does get past though. So the gap was 28.292. Last time of asking. There is Ivan Muller on an absolute charge. And now it's only the entire length of the start-finish straights up to T1 separating these two cars. If he had his binoculars, he would have seen him at the far end. From 28.2 seconds down to 24.9, not enough. That does not look like enough. Only 3.5 seconds gained on that lap. So falling the way of the Gomez brothers. They'll take nothing for granted yet. That foot will be stuck to the floor. Did lose a bit of time behind his sister Vortex car. Maybe all that effort to those tyres starting to just degrade them a bit too much to pick up 6 seconds per lap. Oh dear, Carlos Rivas in the Seblo car, stop and go penalty, 16 seconds, minimum pit stop time infringement. And that is going to surely, will it lose them 3rd place on the podium and the Porsche Cup? Potentially, can't see the exact distances, just see the number of laps behind. It may not, they might hang on to that actually, such is their advantage. Three and a half seconds gained last time round. It was just under, let's call it 25 seconds, the difference. There has been time gained. They will be in sight now, most definitely. From 25, this will be really telling. Neither had traffic on that lap. To 20.3. Car number 21, Julien Boileau of Vortex, has got a 16-second, hang on, stop and go, 6 minutes, 16 seconds. Now, they were in 11th anyway, 57 laps behind. It really means nothing, actually. 4.5 seconds gained by Muller on lap number 107. Oh, this is so much fun. It could really come down to whether we get one extra lap when they cross the finish line, when it goes to 0. That extra lap might make all the difference. Gets past the vortex to chase another. I can't imagine the tension in either of these garages right now. Must be absolutely electric. The lights are on. Just going a little bit dusky here in the Italian countryside of Tuscany on Mugello. It is a fascinating end to round 3 of the Kennel GT Endurance Cup. It's 17 seconds. Only 3.5 gained on lap 108. If we get 4 more laps in, 3.5 times 4 is 14. It's going to be within 2.5 seconds come the end of this race. In fact, we will get 4 in because they're less than 2 minutes laps. We'll get 5 in. There is going to be 5 laps. There could be an overtake on the last lap. I'm just trying to play Hollywood here, but I think it might come true. What we don't want is this decided by a track limit penalty. Another one has gone to Iacono in the car number 94. Let's decide this on the track only. Ivan Muller has now got past all back markers. The next car on track is Olivier Gomez. There's Gomez, and in the background, you might just see a glimpse now of Ivan Muller. There he is. He was 50 seconds behind at the last driver change. It's now down to 13. Can you imagine the adrenaline going through the veins of Ivan Muller right now? Whatever happens, the celebrations are going to be absolutely epic. Either of an incredible chase won, or, in the case of the Gomez brothers, absolute relief at holding off a charge of the gold driver Muller. The Vortex team going for their second win. The M Racing team going for their first this season. Olivier Gomez is going to find a bit of traffic on the next lap. See the flash of the car 36 in front of him, which ironically is the teammate of Ivan Muller, the sister car for the M Racing team. Maybe get some elbows out, help his teammate. That'll be fun. Oh, look at this, here he comes. Oh, what a finish. It is 10.7 seconds. You might not get a better finish than this all season, a better chase across any series in the Ultimate Cup. Apexes, apexes, apexes. Hit every single one for the next 4 minutes for either MUGELLO or Gomez, and there's going to be an incredible victor. And you'd give the equal credit to either one, either the chase or the hold-off. That's how close it is. There will be 2 more laps of this. And he's still got to get past his teammate too. That'll be the next bit of traffic if he reaches him, which I think he probably will. It's down to 6.5. He's going to do it, isn't he? 2 more laps, 3 seconds per lap. But he's still got to get past him. He's got to get past him. Catching isn't enough. Just to bring up to speed behind Carlos Rivas and Sébastien Loeb. That team, they are pretty much guaranteed top spot in the Porsche Cup and 3rd overall. But this is all about the UCS one and the overall win here at Mugello Round 3, the Kettle GT Endurance Cup, part of the Ultimate Cup Series. Relentless pace from Yvan Muller in the M Racing Ligier JS2 RS. This is going to be, there's going to be 1 more lap. Oh, so his teammate up in front. There's Gomez, there's Muller. What's that coming over the hill? It's Elijah. Olivier Gomez has got to be foot down now. He has come all the way down from 55 to 2.99 seconds, and that is the gap he's been bridging every single lap for the last 15 or 20. Who's going to hold their nerve? No mistakes, guys. Bring it home. This is what we want, pure racing. The clock will count down to 0. There are 8 turns remaining. A 4-hour race is going to come down to the last few corners. Olivier and Arnaud Gomez in the vortex have led so much of this race. Pole sitters in the M Racing car, Yvan Muller and Jean-Christophe David, were 55 seconds down 20 laps ago with the final driver changeover. They've got it to within 3. Can Olivier Gomez hold on to take a second consecutive win at the Ultimate Cup, the Kennel GT Endurance Cup, and a UCS 1 win? There are just a couple of corners remaining, and they're going to come into traffic. Oh my goodness. It's the long left hand, they just keep it on the track, Olivier Gomez. Ivan Muller, the gold driver, chasing all the way home. It's going to be a sprint towards the line. Utterly unbelievable. This is going to be a cross. In the last few meters, Reign 3 and Mugello is going to be one on the line. From 55 seconds back, Ivan Muller wins it by 1/10 of a second. You'll not see a finish like that again all season, maybe in future seasons. What a chase by the M Racing car. That is incredible finishing on a sprint to the line. The Gomezes will be absolutely distraught, but Ivan Muller and Jean-Christophe David will be utterly ecstatic. That is incredible. I've never seen racing like that. That is phenomenal. Lost for words. After 4 hours of racing, it comes down to a sprint finish out of the last corner towards the checkered flag. He was 55 seconds back. He picked up 5 seconds per lap for what, the last 15, 20 laps? And Ivan Muller gets the job done. Even more thrilling than we were predicting for the last 30 minutes. But it was the pace out of the last corner that did it. The power of the Ligier got over the power of the Vortex. Wait until you see these celebrations, or maybe commiserations, depending on who you're supporting. It's won by 13/100ths of a second. Time to perfection doesn't really do it justice. There are the celebrations starting already. Confirmation that Carlos Rivas did pick up 3rd place overall and 1st place in the Porsche Cup. 4th place, Colin Charpentier in the 82. But let's just see, what's the facial expression of Ivan Muller going to be? Sure, he's pretty tired amongst other things. More than one thumbs up, Ivan. Several thumbs up.
Bonjour Yvan, bravo pour cette course incroyable, cette photo finish. Je ne sais pas si vous avez vu, c'est moi qui ai secoué le drapeau à damier. Je vous ai porté chance. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez de cette fin de course?
Bon, écoutez, c'était incroyable. 45 minutes de qualif. Mon AG me disait le décompte, ce que je gagnais chaque tour. Je faisais le calcul dans la ligne droite parce qu'il y a un peu de temps pour réfléchir. Je dis ça va être juste. Effectivement, c'était juste, ça s'est fait dans le dernier. Et je savais qu'il ne fallait pas louper la moindre erreur. Et je dois avouer que faire 45 minutes de qualif à mon âge, ça commence à être dur.
En tout cas, c'était très impressionnant. On a vraiment vécu avec vous cette fin de course. On voyait les secondes se réduire au fil des tours. Et donc, on est très, très content pour vous. Très bonne gestion de course. En plus, vous n'étiez que 2 pilotes.
Oui, que 2 pilotes. Malheureusement, Bertocco, qui a commencé les 2 premières courses, n'a pas pu être là ce week-end. Donc on a fait ça avec Jean-Christophe David, et dont je salue, parce qu'il fait évidemment partie de la victoire, ainsi que toute l'équipe. Les gars ont fait un boulot incroyable. Ils ont travaillé tard, ils ont beaucoup transpiré, et ils le méritent, les gars. Bravo, merci.
Merci beaucoup Yvan, et bravo, et on se retrouve à Spa du coup pour la prochaine course.
Certainement.
Merci beaucoup, merci.
And after the interview come the celebrations with teammates. Just fantastic racing. What an advert for the Kennel GT Endurance Cup and the Ultimate Cup Series in Europe. Absolutely wonderful. Your winners, Ivan Muller and Jean-Christophe David for the M Racing team in the Ligier JS2 RS. Their first win of the season. That'll jump them at the standings. And more than honourable mention for the Gomez brothers.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je suis avec les 2 pilotes de l'équipe Vortex. Bon, c'était très très juste sur la fin. Vous avez fait une super gestion. Vous avez offert en tout cas un super spectacle pour cette fin de course.
Ben, merci. C'est dommage, c'est entièrement ma faute parce que le team a fait un super boulot. Et je ne sais pas pourquoi, j'ai eu comme un coup de pression. J'ai voulu bouchonner dans le dernier virage, ce qui m'a obligé à mettre la 3e. Et en 3e, j'ai eu beaucoup de difficultés à accélérer. Donc j'aurais passé le virage normalement, c'était gagné.
Je comprends, après vous étiez quand même vraiment pas loin, vous avez fait un super effort d'équipe je pense. Dans tous les cas, j'avais parlé avec votre frère, il y avait des difficultés de moteur aussi depuis les derniers week-ends, donc ça va sûrement changer avec Spa.
Ouais, c'est ce qu'on espère. On a été obligé de caler notre stratégie sur cet handicap-là. Donc à partir de là, avec Justin, notre ingé piste, là, on a optimisé tout le reste, tout ce qui concernait voilà, je ne sais pas si vous avez vu, on est rentré sous full course, enfin juste avant que les full course yellow se déclarent. 2 fois, c'est ce qui nous a permis de nous battre jusqu'à la dernier mètre.
En tout cas, bravo, merci beaucoup. Et puis remotivez-vous pour Spa, je suis sûre que vous allez pouvoir bien le faire. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
And the Gomez brothers looking understandably absolutely gutted. Not for their finishing position, but the manner of the finish only. It all looks so good for so long, but Ivan Muller was even better. And that one is going to stay in the memory for a very long time for anybody that witnessed it or involved in that. Proudly standing by the #1 barrier. Team photos to remember. And maybe one for, well, it feels a shame to say to forget for the Gomez pair and the Vortex team.
Oui, bonjour. On a eu du mal à vous avoir pendant la course. Vous avez une stratégie un peu audacieuse. Finalement, elle est payante puisque vous êtes 3e ce soir.
Ouais, ça s'est bien passé. On a tiré beaucoup le premier relais, histoire de rester dans le rythme sans perdre de temps de se relancer en course. Et c'était dur, il faisait très très chaud dans la voiture. On est assez habitué au relais assez long. Donc, du coup, j'avais décidé de ne pas m'arrêter et de faire mon relais complet. Et de laisser à Steph la possibilité de faire des arrêts pour se reposer un peu parce qu'il faisait vraiment très chaud. Et après, on a déroulé la course. On a fait une petite erreur au niveau de l'arrêt. On a eu une pénalité, on l'a exécuté. On a 2 tours d'avance, donc tout était parfait.
Ouais, c'était un stop and go, ça vous a pénalisé, mais finalement votre stratégie avait été construite dès le début, puisque vous avez quand même réussi à tenir jusqu'à la 3e position. Donc c'est quand même un beau spectacle pour nous.
Ouais, oui, c'était un bon week-end. C'était la bonne stratégie, c'était un bon week-end. Et Carlos a fait un super relais, Lanky, les tours. On n'a rien à redire, tout était top.
Super, en tout cas merci beaucoup d'avoir répondu à cette interview en fin de course.
Merci à vous, merci à vous.
Merci Bertrand, merci Méric.
And by my maths, that third place finish will also put Sébastien Loeb Racing Team up to, I think, third in the championship, because the Vortex team of Gomez and Gomez will move to the #1 spot due to the early withdrawal or the early exit from the race from the RR Racing by Racetivity team, who were just 1.5 points ahead of them. Take plenty of points for a win. 25 in fact, so that will jump them to the top. And yeah, Sébastien Loeb will be moving into maybe even 25 second place in the championship. And highlights then from the start. In the end, only just, it was the pole sitter, David and Muller for the M Racing team. They did not have that all their own way by some distance. And there is the replay of the car number 17, the championship leader, until about 5 minutes ago, going off on the opening lap. And that car did not return to the circuit. Really nasty way to go out of an expensive and time-consuming weekend. Lost one of the Vortexes early, number 21, Brello and Bonard. They did come back out onto track about 2 hours later, but they ended up as a non-classified finisher in the end. Another spinning vortex around about the hour mark. But from that point on, there were no more virtual safety cars or the full course yellows. It was a really tidy race, in fact. Only 10 cars on the track for the majority of it, but regardless, all racing hard and no more real major incidents, which is fantastic. Winning the Porsche Cup, saw there at the start, the purple Sébastien Loeb Racing Team car led by Sébastien Loeb at the time, went into second very early on. They spent really massive chunks of the race in the lead in the 888 car, but due to how they tactically used their mandatory pit stops, it gave a false idea of who was leading the race. We knew really it was the Gomez brothers in the Vortex 22 car and David and Muller in the M Racing Ligier 68, and that's what it came down to. But we could not have predicted just how dramatic the end of this race was. After the last driver changeover, there was a 55-second gap for Ivan Muller to bridge Olivier Gomez, and he got it done on the last corner of the last lap. It was a sprint towards the line and eventually took it by 0.13 of a second. I said at the time, you won't see a finish like that again if you watch the Ultimate Cup, Kennel GT, for another 10 years, I think. Absolutely incredible. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch. A few more highlights before we go to our awards presentation. So here are our official results. 113 laps completed. Ivan Muller and Jean-Christophe David taking a remarkable win, which will live long in the memory of all those that witnessed it and enjoyed it, ahead of a fairly gutted Olivier and Ana Gomez in second place for the Sébastien Loeb Racing Team. The Vortex team, and Sébastien Loeb in third place with Perrin, Lejoux and Rivas. Also gets them a win in the Porsche Cup, 1 lap down. See that 1/1300th to 1,000th of a second between the top two in that sprint towards the line out of the final corner. Another Porsche in Placide and Charpentier take second in the Porsche Cup, 4th overall, just off the podium. And 5th place to Maleba and Boulet. They take 3rd place in the UCS 1 Trophy 2. Further down, 3rd place for the Porsches, Roccaglia and Sugliano. And that rounds out the top 3 in just 2 classes contested in round 3 here at Mugello. "12 starters, 10 finishers in the end. A fair few laps down, Aronov, Froman and Chubioso, but that does pick up points." Have a month off for summer now.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je voulais remercier le live pour m'avoir reçu pour la première fois avec Ultimate Cup Series. Là, on va se retrouver avec une page de pub et puis retrouvez-nous sur le podium. Et moi, je vous retrouve pour une prochaine course. Merci beaucoup. Au live.
La voiture numéro 94 du Chazelle Technologie Course. J'appelle Laurent Roccaglia, Lucas Sugliano et Alain Jacono.
Un maximum d'applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Deuxième de la catégorie Porsche Cup. La voiture numéro 82 du Loca Racing, Anthony Plessis, Guillaume Charpentier. Et les grands vainqueurs de la catégorie Porsche Cup, deuxième victoire de la saison. pour la 888, le Seb Lajoux Racing, Stéphane Perrin, Carlos Rivas et Sébastien Lajoux. Un maximum d'applaudissements pour le podium de la catégorie Porsche Cup. Et avant de célébrer définitivement ce podium, je vous demande, s'il vous plaît, d'écouter l'hymne national de la France, la Marseillaise. Allez, encore un maximum d'applaudissements. Messieurs les pilotes, je vous laisse profiter sur ce podium de la catégorie Porsche Cup. Et dans un instant, le deuxième et dernier podium de la catégorie UCS 1. Le podium dans la catégorie UCS 1 pour la Renault GT Endurance Cup, ici sur le circuit du Mugello. J'appelle à la 3e position les pilotes de la voiture numéro 25 du Schumacher GP, Léo Boulet. Détenteur du meilleur tour de cette course, s'il vous plaît, Fabio Malerba et Bruno Malerba. À la 2e position, je vous demande d'accueillir les pilotes de la voiture numéro 22 pour le team Vortex, Arnaud Gomez et Olivier Gomez. Ils nous ont offert une course incroyable. Ils auraient mérité également cette victoire après cette superbe bataille jusqu'au dernier virage. J'appelle à la 1re position, après une course mémorable, un des finishes les plus fous de l'histoire de l'Ultimate Cup Series, le M Racing, la voiture numéro 68, Jean-Christophe David et Yvan Muller. Merci de respecter à présent l'hymne national de la France, la Marseillaise. Merci aux pilotes du podium de la catégorie UCS1. Vous nous avez fait vibrer particulièrement aujourd'hui sur cette course. Champagne, profitez bien. Merci à tous les teams également présents sur cette course. Bravo à toute l'organisation et bien sûr encore une fois à tous les pilotes qui nous ont offert une course fantastique. Vous aviez bien le droit et le mérite de fêter tout ça. Très bonne soirée à tous ici sur le circuit du Mugello. Yvan et Jean-Christophe, un petit mot pour terminer pour le public, pour le team qui est là, qui fête aussi bien que vous cette superbe victoire. Vous avez une carrière incroyable. Yvan, je donnerai la parole à Jean-Christophe David derrière. Vous vivez encore des moments incroyables avec ce finish. Peu importe la course, peu importe la voiture, peu importe l'équipe, vous êtes allé chercher cette victoire jusqu'au bout, jusqu'au dernier virage, que dis-je, jusqu'au dernier mètre de cette ligne droite. Votre réaction et comment vous avez vécu notamment ce dernier tour?
Ouais, en fait, j'avais pas prévu normalement de rouler. J'ai pris ma retraite sportive il y a déjà un moment. Et puis là, cette année, bon, il y avait ce développement à faire sur la Ligier. Et puis ça me faisait plaisir de remonter la voiture pour donner mon ressenti. Et là, pendant la course, je me disais, allez, il faut tout donner. J'ai des jeunes pilotes. De temps en temps, je les bouscule parce que je leur dis, les gars, il faut donner 100%. Et justement, je voulais leur montrer qu'il ne faut jamais rien lâcher, qu'il faut aller à 100%, on a ce qu'on a et il faut tenter le tout.
Vous y avez cru jusqu'au bout? Vous y aviez cru à partir du moment où vous êtes monté dans la voiture? Expliquez-nous à quel moment vous avez senti que cela était possible.
Bon, le premier tour, après mon arrêt au stand, j'ai demandé à Maxime Ligier quel était le gap. Je dis, ouais, ça fait quand même beaucoup. Et puis, au fur et à mesure, chaque tour, il me donnait un décompte. Et puis, le temps qui restait, donc j'avais le temps de faire un petit calcul. Je dis, ça va être juste. Mais il faut que je lâche rien. Il ne faut pas que je fasse d'erreur. Il faut que je perde le moins de temps possible dans le trafic. Et puis, quand j'ai freiné au dernier virage, je dis, là, quand même, je crains que ça ne va pas le faire. Et puis, il a fait une toute petite erreur, la petite erreur qu'il ne fallait pas faire. Et puis, j'ai évité de le regarder. J'ai juste regardé en avant et j'ai réussi à mettre les gaz plus tôt. Et ça le fait, quoi.
Bon, j'espère que la photo a bien été prise parce qu'on s'en souviendra un moment.
Oui, alors moi je veux surtout remercier évidemment Jean-Christophe parce qu'il fait partie de la victoire. Sans lui, ça ne se fait pas. Et puis merci aux gars parce qu'ils ont beaucoup travaillé. La voiture à Manicourt, elle a brûlé et il y a eu pas mal de travail et d'inquiétude. Donc cette victoire, évidemment, ils la méritent. Ils sont pas avec nous sur le podium parce qu'il n'est pas assez grand, mais ils le méritent largement.
La victoire est d'autant plus belle après ce début de saison très compliqué. Jean-Christophe, là aussi, grand artisan de cette victoire, bien sûr. Vous avez été également au rendez-vous de cette course. Votre sensation et votre sensation aussi, parce qu'on n'avait pas malheureusement les images du box aussi à l'arrivée. Tout le monde devait être à cran, puisque ça se joue à l'arrivée, on le rappelle, à 1/10 seulement.
Ouais, ça c'est bon, c'est du jamais vu, j'avais jamais vécu ça. Donc effectivement, on avait des frissons dans le stand. Et effectivement, ça a été une belle course, on n'a rien lâché, on n'a pas fait d'erreur. Voilà, donc ouais, des super émotions. Je suis ravi évidemment de faire partie de cette équipe. C'est une grande chance, c'est un privilège et je continue à apprendre plein de choses. Là, je découvrais le Mugello, c'est un super circuit. Voilà, ça s'est bien passé.
Eh bien voilà, on va se quitter sur ces mots. Félicitations, profitez bien, très bonne soirée. Et on se retrouve du côté de la Belgique au mois de septembre.